Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I call it a push because it didn't get recorded. It didn't get documented. He said it. Matt Riddle put him over. And Jay made sure nobody had their like it was a very fleeting type deal. Nobody had time to get their cameras out and do it. So Jay perfectly did it.
I'm not going to lie.
Jay can't come back and bite him in the ass. What's that now?
Jay did a Mike Calta on me.
What do you mean?
He slapped me around and stole my phone.
He did.
Oh, you had the picture and he deleted it?
No.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Sense microphones up. Alexa, Macho Man. Rex.
Sorry, I'm not sure.
Oh, hold on. Alexa, shut up. Welcome to the Bubba the Love Sponge show, Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. I'd like to open the show up. Lummy, I have a Don Buchwald story.
Oh,
but in remembrance of him, I think he passed away either a day or two ago. Don Buchwald, the longtime agent for Howard Stern. He was. I think he dabbled in being an agent and having an agency for voice talent and radio personalities and things like that. But then he hit Howard. And I think at that point, Don dropped everybody and just concentrated on Howard and then had his assistants, deal with the talent. I think he had all. In fact, Lummy, I just think a couple weeks ago, I referenced Don Buchwald with offices in London, L.A., and New York.
yes.
I forget what we were talking about, but somehow Don's name came up. I've met Don several times, and I know this is probably a tough day for Howard, my friend. And rest in peace, Don Buchwald. You were very kind to me in the few interactions that I had with you. And here's my Don Buchwald story. I only had one real face-to-face, long time dealing with Don Buchwald, but when Howard expressed to Don that as he was building his Howard 100 and 101 channels in circa 05, he had expressed, that he was interested in my show, me and my guys. And so rather than to fly me up for an interview, which they did, they flew me and Brent. And it was a weekend before Thanksgiving, I think in 05. It might have been 04. I don't know what day. And so we fly, and our instructions are go to the Don Buchwald office to meet Howard. But just Bubba. So Brent just basically flew up there to be my little buddy, so I didn't have to be by myself. And so I go by myself to Don Buchwald's office, and it's not overly fancy, but it's in a really historic part of, I think, Manhattan, and it's like on the third or fourth floor. I think he had the availability to take the steps or the elevator, but of course I took the elevator.
Of course.
I mean,
why not?
That's probably the difference between me and you, Dan. You'll take three. Will you go up 3 flights?
I'll go up 2 sometimes, but I won't do more.
Your
than 2.
cutoff is 2?
Well, I don't want to be sweaty.
Yeah, true. So I go to Don Buchwald's office, and now I've not gotten the job. I'm in consideration for this job to work on Howard's channel. No parameters as with regards to day parts, with regards to even having a chance. But I had an interview. So they had me waiting in the guest lobby there, which, was kind of by the secretary area. And then they're like, Mr. Buchwald, we'll see you now. Follow me. So I follow this woman into Don's office. Now, Don's office is super big, and it's facing the street, so you can see, I don't know what avenues there, but it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool office. And Howard's not there. I'm like, okay. He's like, hey, sit down and tell me a little bit about yourself. I go, well, my name's Bubba Clem. I don't know how old was I in 04? 38. 30. I'm 38. I got a kid, and this is what he said to me. Don Buchwald only said one thing to me. I laid out kind of what I was all about. I got a kid. I'm not with his mother. I have 50% co-parenting. Well, I used to. Anyway, 50-50 on the parent deal. I've been in radio since 1986. There was a couple markets that, and I did say this to Don. I go, there were a couple markets where I was head-to-head with Howard in Hartford, in Orlando, and I did, in a competitive type way, talk some smack about him. And he goes, oh, man, don't worry about that. Howard probably doesn't even know about it. I go, okay. And then he goes, he asked me one question. He said, what type of relationship do you have with your mother? I go, oh, my God, my mom is my world. Like, and that's the truth. I mean, you guys know that. I mean, I'm not fibbing on that. I fret over my mother. I mean, as soon as I go to see my mom, I'm just, I just love her so much. She's my world. And he goes, all right, hold on a second. He goes, do me a favor. Go ahead and leave my office, and you're going to go down 3 doors, and on the third door, past 2 doors, but on the third door, make a right, and there's a conference room in there, and there you go, and sit down. All right. So I went down there, walked in past the secretary, past 2 doors, went to the third door, made a right, and there was Howard. In the dark, had the conference room had all the lights turned off, and there was Howard. Now, if you're in radio, and
sounds like some Wizard of Oz type stuff here.
But it is.
Does.
But I mean, if you're in radio, I mean, like this is like the Tom Brady. I mean, this is the greatest of all time.
Meeting Michael Jordan.
Yeah, for real. So he stood up and he goes, Bubba Howard, and I was amazed by how tall he was. I was like, oh my God. I think he's 6'7". I think Howard's 6'7", 6'8".
Were you blown away by how handsome he was?
He was just Hollywood. He just looked like a star. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He just had his hair done, had like a jean jacket on with like I can remember this like nothing. He had a pair of like Caterpillar work boots. He wore those for I don't know if he still does, but he wore brand new. I mean, kind of like the black guys wear Timberlands.
Yeah.
Maybe the rich Jews wear Cumberlands. I mean, Caterpillars. Maybe the rich Jews wear Caterpillars. I don't know, but he pulled it off nicely. And he was like, hi, Bubba, I'm Howard. And I go, hi, Howard. Bubba. He goes, let's sit down and talk a little bit. So we started talking. And he's like, obviously you answered the questions correctly because you're down here. He goes, I didn't know if you were going to make it or not.
Oh.
Meaning like, Don could have told me, hey, listen, good seeing you. Now hit the elevators. So I go, yeah, well, I guess. And then he said, hey, who's your Mount Rushmore? A lot of times, listen, if you listen to some old Bubba, I never really used the Mount Rushmore analogy. And I just started doing that, and I'll tell you, I picked it up from Howard because the first time that expression was used to me was when I was interviewing with Howard, and he asked me who was my Mount Rushmore of radio and why. And I said, well, you, Jim Rome, Rush Limbaugh, and Phil Hendry.
Back then, you said Jim Rome?
Yep.
20 years ago?
Yep. Oh, he was hotter then, probably he is now.
Jim Rome was huge back then.
Yeah, he had like 580 radio stations. And he goes, okay, yeah, and then we just like for an hour, like a couple little bitches just kind of gossiped about radio. And here's
did he ever ask if you were cold and offer you his jean jacket?
No, he probably made me have some hand sanitizer before I shook his hand, or he may have sanitized afterwards. I don't know, but anyway, his longtime agent and owner and founder of Buchwald and Associates lost his life at age 77. I didn't really get into the details of it. I just saw that he had passed away. So R.I.P. Don. and Howard, sympathy to you and your family. That he was, he was your guy. He was your Tom Bean. So,
Is Tom on tomorrow?
oh, you know what? I don't know. I think. I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
I think so. Yeah.
I'll ask him. I'll text him. Today. Boy, I got to tell you, I was absolutely riveted by this House Judiciary Committee. Is that how they say it? Like when you get called up on the Hill, like Cheadle did yesterday. Like what's that called? Is that a congressional?
Is that like go to the principal's
I think
office?
it's called, but I think officially it's called like a congressional hearing, isn't it?
Yes.
Or it can be a congressional inquiry, or it can be. I think there's a couple of different things. But usually, when you're getting hauled up on the Hill to answer a bunch of questions from congressmen and congresswomen, it's usually not a good thing.
No.
They don't usually haul you up on the Hill because you did something real good. Now, they will do like some ceremonial kind of deals if you did, save like an entire family of 4 from drowning in the I think but that's more of a presidential thing. Doesn't the president offer you some kind of medal of what's the
Medal of Freedom? Isn't it?
Medal of Honor if you're military, Medal of Freedom
well,
if
like
you're
right before Rush Limbaugh died. Remember during I think it might have been Trump's last State of the Union address, he awarded Donald Trump a special
Medal of Freedom.
is the Medal of Freedom?
Yes.
Of Rush Limbaugh?
Is that Medal of Freedom is the highest medal that a civilian, the highest honor or medal that your government can recognize on you if you're a civilian, and that's called the Medal of Freedom.
Right. Biden got one from Obama.
Yes, he did.
Hold on, when he was the vice president.
Yep.
Well, that's kind of it. That's kind of.
That's as stupid as me getting a bust. I get it.
It is. It really is. You know what, Dan? Thank you, Dan, for going completely, self-deprecating yourself. I mean, so now you know how foolish it is for you to get a bust.
Yeah, or Seth. I mean, we're for the
Seth
for the
ain't getting one, everyone. Please. No, we
Sorry,
now,
Seth.
There's also a congressional.
I think we should both have them too.
There's a
but-
congressional gold medal too.
now what is it? What's the qualifications for that?
It's almost the same thing, but the Congress gives it to you
All
instead
right,
of.
so
it's the GMC, not the Cadillac.
Yeah, pretty much.
I got me a GMC.
Yeah.
It's the Chevy, not the Cadillac,
Yeah,
right?
it's a notch below.
It's a Buick. Because Buick's made by GM too.
Yeah.
I got to think, if you look at GM's holdings, like the jobber brand they got, I think would be Buick, wouldn't it?
No, the Jobber's Chevy.
Yeah.
Hold
And
on.
then up from that is,
Hold
GMC.
on, Chevy?
Yeah.
Is the low brow?
It's the
That
Jobber.
sure was.
So what's it go? Chevy?
Well, then on
Buick-
trucks it was GMC, and on non-trucks it was Buick. But then Buick kind of took a hit on the chin for a while. I didn't see a Buick at all. I thought they destroyed all the dealerships when they started doing cash for clunkers.
But all Buicks are now only. I think the only thing Buicks build are SUVs.
Right.
I think that's all they build.
Yeah,
like a
pretty much,
like
yeah.
a grandpa SUV.
Right,
a Buick.
SUVs for the gray-haired fellows.
Yeah, like Seth's dad might pull up in a brand new Buick.
Yeah, Buick is also short for boomer. I mean, it really is. It's only boomers would ever buy a Buick.
Yeah.
No one under 40 would ever buy a Buick.
Remember back in the day, GM used to have Pontiac too.
Yeah.
They discontinued Pontiac.
My mom had one.
And Tony Stewart won, I think, the 01 NASCAR championship with a Pontiac.
Yeah, I liked Pontiac. But it's gone.
Pontiac was always kind of ghetto, though, a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
You
You know
don't see a
what
lot
I'm
of
saying?
Mercuries either, though.
So it goes Chevy, Buick, GMC, Cadillac.
Yep,
Is that how it goes?
pretty much. Oh, yeah.
Who would know that? Like, I always thought that Chevy and GMC were just the same.
Now,
But
the GMC cars are a little
kinda,
nicer.
The GMC is kind of the luxury package of a regular Chevy, right?
Especially for pickup trucks, yeah. Like a
or Denali,
GMC.
like the GMC Denali
Yes.
is way different than the standard. What would it be? What was Tahoe? Yeah,
Right, or the Suburban.
or the Suburban.
The GMCs are nicer, absolutely.
Well, it's just like Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln. They had their 3 levels, and Ford's the lowest.
At Mercury. Who the hell's buying a Mercury nowadays?
Well, I mean, they changed it now it's kind of just Ford and Lincoln. But I mean, at that point,
get to
they
hell,
had 3.
get to hell, get out of there
Grand
with
Marquis,
with
man.
with the Mercury.
The Oldsmobiles.
Man, guess what? I got a new Mercury. Really? You got a 2024 or 5? No, bitch, I got a 2025. I put my order in. I'm going to get the first Mercury that rolls off the lot in October, bitch. I don't even know, Lummy, what brands Mercury makes.
The Grand Marquis.
All right, so
the
that looks
retrograde.
That looks like the cop car.
Yeah.
The what?
They had this retrograde. I don't know if they still make it anymore. But
Retrograde.
It was supposed to be this like new age car from Mercury, but they might have discontinued it with the rest of the Mercury.
Yeah.
So they had like the
Vegas
MKZ
Mario,
and they started the other cars that had like 3 initials, like MKZ and MHZ or something like that. My mom has a Mercury.
Your mom has a Mercury?
Yeah, she
Right
loves
now?
Mm-hmm.
How old is it?
About 6 years old.
Vegas Bubba Army 25.
She doesn't want to get rid of it.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Lummy, I think later this week or maybe early next week, the Stanley-inspired tumblers, that we had, we reordered those. I think she reordered backpacks, and the shoes are on the way. The people that pre-ordered the Bubba Fat Man Dunks too. Now, Lummy, I came out with 3 shoes this year, all in the 3rd quarter. I think I'm just gonna do maybe 2 shoes next year, or just 1.
I think you want 2. I mean, people love them.
A spring and a fall.
Yeah,
Maybe. I don't know. Only doing 1 fragrance each year, Alpha. But and
it's going to be Bravo this year.
no, it's just going to be Alpha.
Oh, you keep calling it Alpha?
But the volume number changes.
Ah.
So I felt as if, and I think, and Brian talked me into that, oddly enough, so don't get mad about it. But I think it's more consistent that way, and you just refer to your Alpha by volume number. Be like, I liked 25 and 26, but I didn't care for 27.
I think it's a good idea. I don't have a problem with that.
That way you don't have like 80 different names.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
3rd year's going to be tough with Charlie.
Charlie.
Remember that perfume?
Snowflake.
There used to be a Charlie.
I know there used to
Yeah,
be a
we were
Charlie.
kids.
Wasn't it like
Females.
It was for females, and I don't know who it was like fashioned after.
Cheryl Teagues or something like that. It was something like that.
My mom used to wear Charlie or White Diamonds. Remember White Diamonds? See, hold on. Here was the deal.
Elizabeth
Your mom wore Charlie, but your grandma wore Diamonds.
Right, exactly.
By Elizabeth Taylor. That's how it used to go back in the day. All right, so here's the deal, Lummy. This Cheadle, this Kimberly Cheadle. Did anybody ask? Because every Congress, they had a full house. I think during these type of committees, or you're getting called up on the Hill like the Secret Service director did, Kimberly Cheadle yesterday. I think, Lummy, maybe if you're like, what is there? 485 or like
in Congress, like 435.
Yeah, like I don't know. Like it seemed like all like I think they only had like 50. I don't know how many seats they had, Lummy, but maybe it's just the first 50 to sign up. I know that like you could never have a committee and have all 430 people, get up and talk.
No.
I wonder how it goes by. They must have some type of.
Well, all the hot ones showed up yesterday. That's for sure.
Yeah, maybe there's a dude or maybe there's a person that picks who gets to go, and you're like, you know what? We're gonna send the hot ones up first, and we're gonna stagger them. You know what I'm saying?
It's the people on the committee, and those. When you get into Congress, your whole thing is to try to get into the good committees, so you get good face time.
But hold on, but with this particular deal, there's not a committee to oversee
the oversight. It's the oversight.
It's the oversight committee.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's exactly what it's called.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the committee to oversee.
So the
oversight
people,
and accountability.
All right. So the people that were able to ask questions had to be on the oversight committee.
Correct.
All right. So you probably go like for instance, Ana Luna Polina. She went and she was actually somebody that got to grill this bitch yesterday. But so she went up when she won her seat and signed up for, or was approved for, or begged to get on the oversight committee.
Right, and the committee chairman pick them, and the party in charge gets to have more input as to who's on the committee. So
so that's a whole boondoggle in itself.
Oh yeah, because that committee would be mostly Democrats if it was a different control of Congress right now. So right now it's mostly Republicans.
Yeah, but hold on, with this Cheadle thing, this is one of the very first. I mean, tell me the last
AOC.
time.
Yeah.
Tell me the last time that both parties were 100% lockstep together.
Yeah,
I can't tell you, and I can't tell you. Anytime the Democrats say, hell yeah, Republicans, you're right. And the Republicans will say, hell yeah, Democrats, you're right. I stand with you. And you know what? You stand with me. Like, I can't even tell you the last time that happened.
I'd have to say probably 99%, but because the Aniana Presley, the ball lady, she made it about race. So
she did?
Yeah.
Did you get that to me?
I'm looking for it now.
Get it for me. All right,
Well, part of it's about race.
That's what everyone.
Listen, here's the deal. I'd walk up there and say, "Hey, listen, Kim. I know we're supposed to toe the part. If I was a Democrat, I know I'm supposed to toe the party line. But man, you're making it tough. And obviously, you had a dereliction of duty. There's so many things that And I think the committee was most frustrated by her lack of just answering questions.
Bubba, we've talked about this for a while about like why she didn't have press conference and stuff. Like she met with President Trump. It's the Secret Service. What are we expecting her to say?
Well,
lay everything out there.
I think Seth, she made some huge errors.
Yeah.
Where she didn't have to answer the questions based on how many shell casings there were and things like that, because it is part of an ongoing investigation. But I think there were 3 things that didn't make her look so good, or maybe 4. One, she will not fire anybody, has not fired anybody, and won't commit to firing anybody.
It's her fault though.
Right, I know. Then 2,
that irritates people too, Bubba. People want to see someone fired.
Oh, trust me, I know. You know how many times I've been the guy that they want fired? I mean, do you know how many times I've been on the wrong side of that decision? I don't even know that I've ever been on the right side of, man, Bubba was a victim, let's fire the other dude. Hell, I got a whole documentary coming out about that.
Is Trump saying she should be fired?
Yeah. Well, you know what? I don't think Trump's have an opinion about it.
I think
he's trying to stay out of it. I think he's trying to stay out of it and he knows it's an absolute crap storm for the chick. So I don't know. So
I think he knows that if he puts his real theories and his feelings out there, they're going to call him a conspiracy theorist.
So listen, 1, she hasn't committed to. I mean, every one of them, Democrat or Republican, every one of them yesterday. And ask me correct me if I'm true, except for maybe the bald African American lady,
which I sent you
which you sent me.
Yeah.
Everyone but her. The common denominator was you need to resign or you need to get fired. Yeah. Every one of them said that, and some of them quite aggressively. So 1, her ability to recognize that she should be fired or step down. 2, her inability to have fired anybody because, man, we love to make somebody have to pay for something. 3, she's not visited the site, which, man, I mean, I would.
Didn't she say the FBI's handling the investigation now?
Yes.
But still, it's your agency that made the mistake. So you know what? Even if it's just for optics, do you know how much better when they asked her yesterday, "Have you visited the site?" and she would have said yes. As a matter of fact, the day after I flew there with 17 of my highest ranking officials to try to do a walkthrough as to how this happened. How much better of an answer is that than, no, I've not been there?
Yes, I agree, Bubba. I totally agree.
And then the other one was this. When she went to the RNC, she took a government-issued private jet to Aspen during the RNC, prior to Trump talking. It was probably like the Tuesday or maybe the Monday or Tuesday that the RNC, there's not a lot going on. It's just a bunch of Johnny Rah-Rah stuff.
Not a lot of people worth protecting.
Yeah, well, no, but I mean...
yeah, in her mind.
But I mean, somewhat. So she took a private jet to Aspen.
I heard Aspen's pretty kick-ass.
And to do some type of conference. She spoke at the conference and said she was gone less than 24 hours, then jetted back. How much did that cost us Americans? Like, you're leaving the RNC to go talk at a not even go to a training course for your agency, or no, you're going to talk at some conference that means nothing to you doing your job.
And was it a paid appearance? That's one thing I was curious about.
Yeah, we need to find out about that as well. And who would pay a nickel for the bitch that just almost got the ex-president shot to talk? Like, what's that bitch got to tell me?
I mean, I would take her over Hawk Tua right now. I mean, at least I could talk to her.
Did you see Hogan took pictures with Hawk Tua?
Yeah, it looked creepy.
Man, Hogan is just like at 70, completely rebranded himself. He's hotter now than he has been in 10 years.
Well, he's back.
My sources say that he did get a little tore up at the Jake Paul fight, so he disappeared for most of it. He was really only sitting ringside for 2 fights. One of them was the start of the main card. The other was the main event.
Now, when you say
he
tore up,
ran off and hid in the suite for most of it.
When you say tore up, does that mean that he was, consumed too many gimmicks, or he was just getting inundated with crowd requests, or what?
Both. Apparently, he's been hotter than ever lately. People stopping him, taking pictures, asking him stuff. He's been getting heat.
I sent you the Hawk Tui with Hulk Hogan.
Hey, listen, if you get a chance, Hulk Hogan's out and about selling beers and all that kind of deal. Just simply walk up to him if you got an opportunity, Bubba Army, and nicely, politely say, Bubba says hello and he's sorry.
After you get your picture, of course.
Yeah, get your picture first. Get your picture first, and then say, "Hey, by the way."
Yeah, because if it doesn't go so well.
Yeah, and just say, "Hey, by the way, Hogan, I'm Bubba Army, and you wouldn't believe how much he misses you and how sorry he is." Like, don't try to put your own stupid ass spin on it. You two should get back together. You did Bubba dirty. Blah 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 blah. Bubba didn't disseminate the tape. All that kind of. Don't get into any of that. Just say, Bubba is happy for you. Bubba is sorry, and Bubba says hello. That's it. Like how can you mess those 3 things up? Bubba happy for you. Bubba sorry. Bubba says hello. I guess it would go actually. Bubba says hello. Bubba's happy for you, and Bubba's sorry. Whatever. Just get all 3 of those in, okay? Thank you. He's going to be at Walmart after. This beer that he's slinging.
Yes.
Is he requires him to show up to Walmarts all throughout America. And listen, if you're living in Warsaw, Indiana, and Hulk Hogan's going to be at your Walmart,
you're going to be there.
There's going to be 500 people there.
Yeah, I'm buying Great American Beer. Is that what it's called?
Yeah. Real American beer.
Real American.
Yeah.
All right, so this is now. Did Hawk? This is at the boxing deal.
Yeah, Jake Paul.
Now, to me, it looks like Hogan. Now, I'm not saying anything bad about Terry, my former best friend, godfather of my son, but it seems like he's taught, what's her name, Angel, or
his wife,
Bambi, or I forget what her name is. What's his wife's name?
I think it's Angel.
Next.
Is it Angel?
Yeah, Next.
No, Dan, her name's not Next. Stop. You idiot. Is it Angel?
I think so.
I think he's taught Angel.
Sky.
Yeah, I knew it was something, eclectic. So I think he's taught Sky how to be his crutch.
Carry him around.
Yeah, because
you mean his walking stick?
yeah, yes. I think he saw the Nick DUI. He's like, man, that walking stick looks a little Moses-ish. If I can just teach my 25-year younger than me hot, yoga wife to prop me up, and but it looks like we're just locking shoulders in love. That's a better look than the Moses walking stick. So there was footage of him. I think we played it yesterday, walking through the lobby of the RNC.
Yes.
And she was like lockstep with him, like she's his stick. Watch. Is this? Oh, I got to turn this up. I don't have it turned up. Damn it! I'm almost seamless.
Hi, how are you?
Oh boy, you're stirring up some trouble, girl.
I know it.
Over here, guys.
Now, how in the hell is this Hawk 2-bit?
This is peak America right now.
You know what,
Yes.
Seth? This is America. We want to make the Hawk 2 bitch a star.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Nice meeting y'all. Hi, how are you?
man.
Oh man, what did we do?
Yeah, what did
We did this.
She's a person away from the president.
We did. We did. Seth, we did this.
We did this. Yeah, we did this.
tell
We
you
were
what you
so
gotta
enamored with that.
I tell you what you got to do. You got to do a big you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Spit on that thing.
Spit on that thing.
I applaud her.
she's
At least
cute.
she's not getting her hair sniffed by Biden. You know, it could be worse.
Yeah, well, I don't think she's I don't think that she's in the Biden. Listen,
Camp.
here's the thing.
No, she's not.
I don't know. There was a story I'm going to come back with, but I don't know how much anybody's going to see Biden.
I know.
They said that he canceled 9 appearances yesterday, and he's holding himself up. I don't know if he's still in Delaware or he's back at the White House.
He had 9 appearances. He can't count to 9. You telling me he had 9 appearances scheduled for one day?
Yeah.
No, not for one day.
Oh.
No. Overall.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, we'll get it. I got that story. We'll get into that next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
We have the one that had the targets. The guy.
Yeah, I sent that one too.
Okay, then I got it.
And you need me to send it to Messenger again? I will.
No, I got it. I got it.
Okay.
Let me find the Biden canceled Willies.
What? Oh, no, yeah, I got it. But the first one's always the worst. I don't want to hand for surgery.
I would 100% go back to Pepsi if I was her. I would have quit before I subjected
It
myself
was actually Coke. She's Coke.
Okay, Bubba, I don't drink soft drinks.
Lover,
okay?
I'm just trying to get you. Hey, fucker! I'm just trying to get you fat.
Hey, correct. Okay, if it don't produce core, I'm not in the game, buddy.
Okay, but it's fucking Coke.
No, is it? Hey, it's Pepsi.
Right
You
here. It's Pepsi.
Are you DMX?
It's Pepsi.
It's Coke.
It's Pepsi. Doritos. Pepsi.
Sorry, Seth.
Sorry.
Vend me $10 immediately.
What's up, Bart Hudson? James K. Powers, Lane Glasgow.
You got me. I mean, you got me, buddy. You fucking faced my shit.
Yeah, I read Fox News, buddy, okay? I know what's going on in the world.
You faced my shit, kid.
Won't be the first time today.
That big. So. What's up, Abe from Maine? Iggy, good morning. Dawn Hamdorf. What's up, Blumels defense lawyer?
Dawn Handorf. That's my girl. She helped me out so much one time.
Hey, Justin Keeler. XX.
Look, Dan, Dawn Handorf used to run some kind of fucking environmental gimmick,
Big and greasy.
like some
Really?
kind of
Took
agency.
the foot off your neck.
And so I had these fucking cattails at that retention
Oh shit.
part.
They're weird about cattails too.
And, oh no, fucking there. And so
Whoops.
I was gonna go cut them down, and she's like, "Listen, you need to get a permit
Yeah.
for that shit." So either she worked in the office or her friend worked in the office, and she gave me this. I paid like this, $36 fee to be able to remove the cattails from this specific area. You had to draw them a little map, and show them how. And then you got to tell them you're going to treat them with this type of chemical. Like you had to outline how you're going to do it. So I did it. Had the fucking paperwork and everything. Sure enough, my neighbors start complaining on me.
Right.
There's 2 St. Pete code enforcement willies.
Oh no.
And I whip out my fucking paperwork.
Fuck off.
And they're like, you know what? They have to go back and tell the neighbors, hey, he's permitted and he can cut all that down.
Yeah, cattails are tough. My mom planted like 2 in our lake when we were kids, and they took over the entire lake.
Yeah, you gotta actually, to do it correctly,
Scoop them.
you gotta fucking have a guy in there with boots.
Yep.
And you gotta take the root and everything.
You gotta scoop them out, like pick them out.
If you just cut them, they're growing back.
It's gonna look just like behind us, Bubba.
They're
What's
pretty.
that?
It's gonna look like behind us, the storage unit.
Yeah.
Let's go through and cut them.
That's why when Lummy sees a couple cattails, bitch, he goes and snatches them. He puts his fisherman. He puts his Lummy. You put your fish. Do you put that
boots on?
Do you ever use that one where it goes the waders?
Yeah, all the way to my chest.
To your tits?
Yep, to my tits.
Don't want to get your nipples wet.
No, I get in there and I make sure those fucking cattails are gone.
25 big ass nose. What's up?
Let me. How is the? Can I get a pond report?
Yeah, pond's doing good. We're getting a bass soon.
Are you?
Yeah, we're getting one.
One? You're all fat and shit. Big
Okay.
lady.
Well, no, but he'll have babies or she'll have babies.
Oh
What
If you put too many bass in there, they'll eat all the bluegill.
yeah. Yeah, we'll be fucked if we put two at this point.
Well, do we need to put more bluegill?
Well, we'll just have to keep buying them at that point.
How many where do we get?
At this point, we get one.
But hold on, at this point, man, if we just caught like 5 bluegill, you know, if Big Red or somebody just
No, we have like 100 bluegill in there.
no, but like but could we catch them from other ponds and bring them in?
Yeah, we don't need any more bluegills. Now we need a bass to control the bluegills. We have over 100 bluegills.
I know, but I
10 catfish.
You have 1,000 in there.
Oh, but we
You
got
need
a
to get
lot.
rid of the catfish.
That's why we eat the catfish. We want the catfish.
Oh, really?
Catfish eat all the shit on the
Catfish
bottom of
don't
the
eat other fish.
Yeah, they eat all the algae.
Catfish don't eat other fish, man. They just eat the bottom.
He's the biggest Longhorn Steakhouse groupie. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I gotta write myself a note. I gotta call Mike from Aqua Beto today about doing a deal with them. Lummy, you're working on the GC Supply.
Yes, sir.
The Bubba Army HQ app powered by GC Supply. We're working on that deal. We're working on an Aqua Beta deal. Actually, Lummy, I'm working on a monster deal too.
Really?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Now, Dan, when the Monster rep was here, I think I had him give me predominantly white, but they also got those alcoholic drinks too now. Have you, Dan, Lummy? I think you know, people have been. I think Alex Stein, and when we were having a little bit of a party over here, a bunch of people consumed that. What is it called? The Beast.
Yeah, the Beast.
The Beast is associated with them?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's their alcohol version.
Yeah. And it's like they have. It's kind of like a Four Loko kind of deal where they got one Monster alcoholic energy drink is like 6% alcohol, and then the other one here I got them in my fridge.
Oh, there's 2 tiers? Like one's got more alcohol?
One's got 8. Hold on here.
Yeah, it's like 8 and 6.
Like those European beers?
I happen to get. Okay, so let me. This is the Nasty Beast Hard Tea Peach, and this is 6%. And I happen to pick 2 6%ers, and then this is the Nasty Beast Iced Tea Original, and it's 6%. And so they're getting heavy. Monster's getting so big that they're now, Danny, dabbling in into the liquor deal.
Wow.
They're running.
God bless them.
Oh yeah, and they're gonna kill it.
Yeah,
They're gonna absolutely kill it.
Yeah, I get frustrated because Red Bull was just ripped off from a drink that was indigenous to Asia. And some guy went down there, tasted it. It even looks like the same logo. I can't believe
Here's
they
the
haven't
deal.
sued him.
Man, Red Bull tastes like battery acid.
I know.
It does.
Like,
Gross.
I don't know how you can ever have acquired a taste for Red Bull. I mean,
Now, some of the other flavors, they have new flavors now. And the Red Bull Code Red's not too bad. It's actually like a
yeah, but if we go to the
palatable
original
drink.
OG,
It's gross.
I mean, my favorite.
Monster, I don't know what market share Red Bull has compared to Monster, but I don't know if one's bigger than the other, or yeah. And by the way, I think Monster owns NOS. I think Monster owns NOS as well.
It says Red Bull's 44% of the market share. Monster has 33.4%.
That's not bad.
Yeah, but now they got the alcoholic Willie. Man, I'm excited. So anyway, they got a 6 and an 8%. They got them like in hard tea peach.
Have you drank it?
No, I haven't. I took a sip of one last weekend of the peach, and it was pretty damn good. And then there's another one Big Red was drinking, and it tastes just like a white Monster. You couldn't taste the alcohol in it. So can you imagine, Lummy, if you did like 4 8%ers?
Can I have a question?
And you'd be tore up.
Do they have caffeine in them?
No.
No, not the alcoholic ones.
Yeah, we learned with Fiend that mixing alcohol and caffeine is probably not a great idea.
Really?
Because you're drunk and full energy. it's a bad.
So it's like you're on cocaine.
Yeah, and but you know
That's
what?
not a bad thing.
Yeah, but when it comes to driving, you like feel like you're able to drive until you start driving.
Right. Okay. Anyway, Lummy, we're doing. I got 3 potential deals.
Awesome.
With GC Supply, Aqua Beto water, and Monster Energy / liquor drinks. So working on all 3 of those deals.
That's great.
Gonna talk about the Biden cancellation of events, but Lummy, one last thing. I wanted to talk to you about our pond.
Oh yeah.
We started getting into the healthiness of our pond. Now, it was just not too long ago when we were suffering one of the biggest dry spells in Florida history that our pond was. It was not healthy.
No, it was not.
It was down. And the lower the water gets, the harder it is on the fish because there's less oxygen and just less space for them to go and do their fish-like stuff, right?
Correct.
So, the level being low killed us, and we pulled through with some great rain. It looks like now, man, we got plenty. Both aerators are working, right?
Yes, they are. That helps a lot.
And you're saying you were ready for our first bass?
Yes, we are.
That's exciting.
Now, does that mean we have enough bluegill for the bass to eat?
Oh, yeah.
But now, will he eat all? Do we have enough bluegill for him to eat all he wants and it not, completely wipe out our bluegill population?
Yeah, since we have some bluegills that have been there now 3-4 years, because bluegill usually produce about 60,000 eggs. I think once a week.
Look at Lummy, like he knew this stuff before he worked here.
60,000 eggs, and we only have 200. Or 100?
No, we got. I'm saying like right at the shore. I mean, Dr. Dad, we have way more than enough bluegills. Like they just,
I just don't want the bass to go in there and be a big Bubba bass and eat all of the bluegills. He's a big fat ass.
Well, that's why. Well, I mean, the small one will.
And he doesn't have any babies, so he's just the king of the.
He'll eat the kind of the smaller ones, but we got big enough ones now that he won't eat those.
He can't eat them.
No, and by the time that he's big enough the bluegills will be even bigger.
Right.
And those are the ones that sit in the middle that we can't see.
Will he ever get like an Andre the Giant bluegill that could maybe eat the bass?
No, he won't eat the bass.
I mean, right?
Yeah, but can
there be a Rob Kahn bluegill that, like the bass just doesn't mess with because he's got, hey, those bluegills got front teeth too, don't they?
Sure do.
Yeah, they can. How do fish defend themselves? Just by biting?
Hiding.
Yeah, they're just hiders.
Can you imagine if your only defense mechanism was to hide? Like Dan, you didn't have any arms to kick, or you didn't have any legs to kick. I mean, even as a human being, you have some defense, measures. You can punch, you can kick, right?
Right.
There's things.
Some people choose just to hide,
right.
like your big pandemic, just hide.
But you're really a pussy if somebody calls you a fish, and the way that you resolve conflict is by hiding.
Right.
What a pussy.
Yeah,
hey, listen, you're a fish.
Or a little fiddler crab.
Little fish. No, fiddler crabs will fight you.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah.
They got those 2 big claws on them. They're clawing you.
Yeah, one.
If they need to. But a little bluegill, Lummy, he just backs himself into a little rock area and hopes that
And hopes that they go away.
The big bass homie doesn't roll up in there and eat them.
Yeah, or the birds.
Oh, is that so? We're getting. Do we have a bird issue now?
We got one.
Is he diving?
Is he still out there?
He was yesterday.
Do we need to call Clem Animal Control?
Well, I kind of did yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Without you knowing.
Okay, we'll talk about it off the air.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. So, when is I'm assuming Fish on the J is bringing the bass?
Yeah, probably by the end of this month we'll have a bass.
One bass.
Yes.
One bass. Why not just bring 2, dude?
Hi. It's Bubba the Love Sponge, and we got a fishing pond out back, and guess what, Seth? We got 1 bass.
Floating upside down.
It's not going to float upside down.
1 bass, buddy. How many turtles we got out there?
400.
How many?
2.
2 turtles.
10 catfish. Thousands of bluegills.
How are you counting the catfish?
Yeah,
How do you know
they
there's
come-
10 and there's thousands of bluegills?
Because they come up, the catfish, when I feed them, they come up to the top.
They all group together?
Yes.
And then do you sit there and one,
Yes, I do.
2,
Yeah.
3,
Oh, you swam.
4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, one got 8, 9, 10 cat. So you got 10 catfish.
Yeah.
You got 2 turtles.
Yes.
You got your approximate estimation got over 100. Now, when you say 100 bluegills, is that 100 decent-sized bluegills and not these little minnows running around? Because those minnows turn into bluegills, don't they?
Yeah, they all turn it. I'm not counting the minnows. I'm counting the small ones.
You're counting one that would be like the size of at least 3 of your fingers.
Just the one he's named.
Correct. Yeah.
Like, look at 3 of your fingers. That's about the size it needs to be considered on its way to be a bluegill.
I try to count the ones that follow me when I'm walking along the shore.
Oh, so now
like,
you got
Jesus.
you got. So now hold on. Not are you the
Francis.
goat whisperer, where the goats follow you around because you could. But now the fish follow you around
Yeah,
too.
the turtle does. Terry the
So
turtle.
as you're circulating the pond, the whole fish are like doing a lap with you.
Yes.
It's like a musical.
They
It's like they're the baby ducklings and you're the mama duck.
Correct.
Even when it comes to the fish.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, they come up right to.
All right, so we got bluegills, we got 10 catfish, we got 2 turtles, 100 bluegill, and we're eventually going to get a bass.
Yes, and it's gonna be Bubba the Bass.
All right, Bubba the Bass.
Yes.
And then at that point, do we just leave it alone? Will Bubba the Bass have babies?
Right now, yeah, we're gonna leave it alone until we start seeing, because the
See,
bass
here's
will
the
make
deal.
a nest.
How does if you don't put a boy and a girl bass in there, how does the bass get pregnant?
I think they are they asexual? Like they could go both ways.
I think they are.
They go both ways.
They're
I don't understand.
Hermaphrodites.
Yes.
Like they could be the female and the male. It's kind of like society.
But hold
today.
on. But don't you need 2 of them to have that process?
No, not really. You can auto fertile.
So they can just get auto pregnant.
Yes, some reptiles and some fish.
By the
can
way,
do
let
that.
me fish on the J. $50 on the PayPal says by the end of August that we'll have
There
our
we go.
bash. So hold on, man. How bad would that be if you just roll around and all of a sudden at the snap of whatever you're pregnant? Like you didn't have sex with nobody or nothing. You're asexual, where you don't even need to have anybody, like implant sperm into you or nothing.
It would depend
that would
on-
suck.
well,
if you're a girl and you're rolling around, you're like, I don't really want to be pregnant right now. And then nope, you're pregnant.
I mean, I think it's the type of bass.
Guys too.
I think it's the type of bass we're gonna get, but I think we're gonna go with the largemouth. So I'm gonna talk to Fish on Jay.
Largemouth. You probably want to get a smallmouth.
The largemouth bass is what you want to do. That's the one. That's what Dion wants to catch in your lake is a big mouth bass.
Yeah, well, I better hope I have a whole bunch. I don't think my.
I don't know why I can't.
Let me what would be with regards to the size of our pond and the depth and whatever. Like, what would probably be the maximum amount of bass we could have?
2.
We could never have more than 2.
Really? Yeah. No. Right now, no. 2, because they'll just eat everything, and then unless we just have a big fish budget, we'll be having to buy bluegills or catch them all out.
Right.
Yeah.
Just one, right?
Yeah. But 2. We could have 2 bass.
What if the pond was deeper or larger? I'm thinking we could get an excavator and just throw it over the fence. You know where those cattails are.
Oh, perfect. Let's do it. I'm down for that.
But they have cameras over there. That storage unit looks like it's Fort Knox. You know what I'm saying?
Then we'll throw it over to where the city owns, where the homeless used to be.
I know. Then the city's going to do an investigation as to who did it, and they go to the storage unit cameras and say, "Oh, we know. Look at Bubba Clem's back there on a Sunbelt rental Mini X, throwing it over the fence." Yeah, I think the only way to do is if we would take it out ourselves. That's going to require dump trucks and a place to dump it. It's just, I think we're stuck with what we got.
Yeah.
Less you and maybe Creatine Travis and Big Red going out with shovels and shoveling it to shore. But what's that really going to do?
Not much.
Not much. No.
Sorry.
No problem. So yesterday, Vice President Kamala Harris successfully moved Monday to shore up the support that she needed to secure the 2024 Democratic presidential nomination, potentially avoiding a bitter internal party dispute one day after President Biden announced that he was backing up. I, honest to God, think that this is exactly if you're the Democrats, this is the call. This is what needs to happen so that you can unify the ticket. You can start to pick a VP you can start looking at VP candidates because you got a month before the convention, and the convention's in Chicago. And so you got a month, I think, to probably figure out within the Democratic Party and Kamala what potential vice president candidate best supports her is best for the ticket. You know, if she's considered, you know, half black or a woman of color,
yes,
then you know you got that mark, that box checked, and you got the woman box checked, and you probably got the Democratic base box checked. Like Seth, your mom, she's probably got a Kamala sign by now, and so you got your base. That's your base, I think. And then at this point now, you try to pick a VP candidate that where her weaknesses may be, right?
Like on substance?
Well, no, like not only on substance, but on just looks and geographically. Like, okay, we need Arizona. I mean, the Democrats there's a certain amount of swing states that, they got, they know the states are going to, they have Oklahoma and Nebraska and New York. They got all those locked in for the most part.
They need someone's going to get them Georgia, Florida, Arizona, New Mexico, maybe Michigan.
They need a senator or a governor from Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, or Arizona. Like all those swing states that determine, and of all of those, which one of those have the most electoral votes? Probably Michigan.
Well, they're going to pick whoever polls the best because it has nothing to do with policy or substance. It has to do with just trying to win.
Well, yeah, of course, as it should.
Mm-hmm.
As it should. They need to strategically, but they have a month to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But in order to do that, they had to come out yesterday and say, Kamala, we're giving her all the delegates. She gets the delegates. She more than qualified yesterday, so she has secured the endorsements in excess of 1,976 delegates needed to become the party's nominee. They needed to do that quickly, and they did that yesterday. So now all you got to really worry about is laser focus, laser research. Talk to your base, do your due diligence so that your vice president can actually be a determining factor on the 20% of America that's undecided.
I sent you a short list that I guess presidents that they're choosing
because I think that everybody would agree that both parties, regardless of who they put up, there's a 40% base in the Democratic Party that's not going anywhere, and there's a 40% base in the Republican Party that's not going anywhere. Period. It doesn't matter if Donald Duck was running for your candidate. I'm going to vote blue or I'm going to vote red. Like that's just the way I am. Well, it's that 20% of America, 10% of which are independents, and the other ones are either Republicans or Democrats that don't know. That's who wins the elections.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like both candidates starts out 40-40.
Right.
And then from there, you got to see who is doing better with the independents and the fringers.
Right. There's only like 20% that goes back and forth.
Right.
You're absolutely 100% right.
That's right. It's like, and lately, the victory margins have been, 51-49, 52-48, 50-50, but 50.9 to 50.1, something like it's in fact Hillary won the popular vote but lost the Electoral College.
That happens a lot.
That, I mean, again, that's a nut puller. Like that's not a runaway, right? In fact, that's an upset.
It's not really an upset because it doesn't allow New York and California to bully the rest of the states because they're the most populous. That's the reason they did it that way.
When your kid has a bad night's sleep, they feel it the whole next day.
Okay.
Fortunately, Pure Z's Kids helps them fall asleep.
Oh, now we're giving sleep. Hold on. Now we're giving sleep meds to kids. We're starting them off early because when that doesn't work anymore, then they got to go to the prescription hard stuff.
Right. Which
this is big pharma. This is big pharma getting your kids hooked on sleeping pills.
Mm-hmm.
Pure Z's are for that mom who can't get that little kid down who's driving her crazy. Listen, Benadryl works better.
Are you against sleeping pills?
No, I'm all for them. Okay. I just wish I wouldn't want to get my kid hooked upon them.
No,
just saying.
not at 3.
Yeah, but I mean, like.
Yeah, but you'd invest 10 G's in this, wouldn't you?
For the rest to be their best.
Oh,
so let's get.
I'm just telling you, man. I don't think you need to be giving your kid sleep aids.
No.
You just tell your kid, lay in there and go to bed until you fall asleep. If you don't fall asleep, eventually that kid will fall asleep. It's like a dog. You give a dog some new dog food, and they don't like it, and they turn their nose up on it, and they're like, this sucks, and it gets but you got it because it's better for them.
Let's get down to this list.
They'll eat it.
Pennsylvania governor.
Listen, like if they turn their nose up at it and you baby them, be like, oh, listen, let me give you some wet food, or let me give you your old stuff back. The dogs officially made you his bitch. Like you're now a little dog. But if you say, okay, Rover, you're not getting any. I'm just telling you right now, you're not getting any more food until you eat that. Rover will eventually get into survival mode when he gets so hungry, he'll eat it.
Yep.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
He'll eat it.
Yes.
So I mean that's kind of like with kids. You throw them in bed if they can't sleep. Eventually they'll get so worn down they'll go to bed. Eventually, hopefully it's not during third period of their second grade. So anyway,
Josh Shapiro, what's he bring?
I would argue he's perhaps my favorite choice for
Josh Shapiro,
Pennsylvania governor.
Okay, Seth, did you know who? I didn't know who Josh Shapiro was.
Yeah, he's Jewish.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, so which they said could be a problem.
Who did?
John King from CNN said it could be a problem that he's Jewish, if that was his name.
What an anti-Semite.
Well, John King's Jewish. He just was saying, he said right now it could be an issue.
Oh, John King's Jewish?
Yes.
So when you're Jewish, you can say electing a Jewish candidate could be a problem?
I think so. But nobody else can.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. John King's the only dude that can say that.
He said it.
He should have said it too. He said, really, I'm only the only guy that can really say this.
So yeah, I only know him because he's Jewish.
Right.
So let's get down to the nitty gritty. Let's get down to this list. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, what's he bring?
I would argue he's perhaps my favorite choice for Kamala Harris, and the reason why is a few. Number one,
trying to look at the guy here.
Pennsylvania, big swing state, arguably the most important swing state on the map. More than that, he has a strong electoral record. If you go back to last time around, back in 2020, when he was running in a presidential year, he actually outran Joe Biden on the ballot.
Who's this dude?
What accent?
A Jewish guy from New York.
No, I'm talking about the reporter.
Yes.
Who's this dude? He looks like the guy from Schitt's Creek.
Yeah.
Does he not?
Yes, he does.
In fact, did the best for any Democrat running
Actually,
statewide.
I'd like to see the guy from Schitt's Creek do breakdown sporting events.
Oh boy,
that'd be fun.
I'd love
He'd
him.
probably be disgusted, right?
I'm disgusted that these guys are hitting each other so hard.
He's funny.
What about
though.
some cons? Well, let's talk about the big
hold
con.
on. Yeah, I don't know what his name is as an actor. But
Isn't it? What's it? Levy? Is
Yes.
it?
It's
his son.
and it's the guy who plays the
think his
dad
name
on
is
Schitt's
Dan.
Creek's son.
Dan Levy?
And he is the guy, the kid, the flamboyant, I think maybe gay kid is, oh my God, his delivery and his flamboyancy is funny.
Eugene.
Yeah, he's funny.
Some liberals think he might be a little bit too moderate. Kamala Harris has really energized the base after
Hold on.
Joe Biden.
Seth, when they say too moderate, do they mean not liberal enough? Like they're a little too...
Yes, too
I asked
close to the
Seth.
middle.
I asked Seth
I'm sorry.
this time.
Yes.
Dan, chill out. Quit being a goddamn moray eel with your mouth wide open, ready to take everyone.
And left the race, and there is some question about whether.
So you're too. One would think that should be a pro. If your president is very liberal, very, very left, then maybe getting somebody that's not so left would help you.
That's why it's weird. It's a con.
Yeah, why is that a con?
It's supposed to be better because that's why a lot of the Democrats left the Democratic Party when Clinton, because Clinton was considered moderate.
Yeah. I mean, moderates are good. Clinton was a good president.
Yeah.
I mean, he got oral. What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Isn't he the last president to have a balanced budget and be in no wars?
Well, Trump technically wasn't in a war.
Okay. Did he have a balanced budget?
No.
Okay, thanks.
No.
I mean, I think we're in the zillions now, aren't we? I mean, What's after trillion?
Quadrillion.
And has there ever been anything that's money-wise? I'm sure there's a quadrillion, stones in the ocean. I'm sure there's something that's quadrillion.
Like that far from something.
Like, how many stars or whatever are in the universe? Probably quadrillions. Anyway, what I'm saying is, financially, a deficit is a financial mechanism, is it not? It's money owed. It's money.
Yes.
The deficit, when you talk about the deficit, we're talking about money. All right? Is there been anything in the world, money-wise, that got to a quadrillion? Like, is even is the entire global marketplace even like,
is Earth worth that?
Yeah, like, it's like, what do we have, a GDP? Like a national gross, like we have a number of how much money America makes or something. Isn't it called the GDP or something? Mm-hmm. But like, I mean, is there anything financially that's ever hit a quadrillion? Now I know that we have a deficit of what, 40 trillion?
30 something, I think.
30 trillion, right? And I think that, like, what's Google? I don't know that there's any private companies that are worth $1 trillion, are there?
I think there's a couple companies that are approaching that kind of value. Yes.
Really?
And a quadrillion is 1,000 trillion.
So what I'm saying is, like, if we have a couple incidences of financial value being close to $1 trillion, we don't really know of any financial things that are worth $1 trillion or you owe $1 trillion other than our deficit, which is 31 trillion. But if we're barely scratching the trillion mark right now, we're in the low part of the trillions on keeping score of our deficit. Can you imagine if anything had the value or the debt of what did you say, what's the next one?
Quadrillion.
A quadrillion. Like, is there anything financially quadrillion?
So it just says, as of 2022, 18 countries have a gross domestic product that exceeds 1 trillion.
1 trillion?
Yeah.
So, and a quadrillion is what? 1,000 of those? No.
Yes.
9,999 of those?
1,000 of them.
Yeah. So in order to get one quadrillion, you have to have 1,000 trillions.
Yes.
And there's only a few things that are even, you said, say your statistic again, Seth?
Okay, let's see. They're trying to get me to sign up here. As of 2022, 18 countries have a GDP that exceeds 1 trillion.
Yeah, just barely over 1.
Well, our national debt is about 35 trillion.
All right.
So
I mean,
it says it's going up at 1 trillion every 100 days.
Even if you would take all the national debt of every country, I don't know if you'd hit a quadrillion.
If you were doing it in like lira or pesos, it would be though. If you had like a denomination that was smaller than a dollar.
I'm talking about you use the U.S. dollar as your
no. The answer is no.
As your standard.
Josh Shapiro would in fact bring down that enthusiasm.
Hold on. I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm not a Democrat, but I think this Shapiro dude makes the most sense.
After you've seen the pros and the cons, then you're good.
No, I'm saying I think he checks a lot of the Democratic boxes that the Democrats could really use right now. The Democrats could be stronger in the Jewish community. The Democrats definitely needs Pennsylvania. And the Democrats need something to kind of level out Kamala's, blueness. Like, she's kind of extreme left, and you need somebody to bring her kind of back a little bit. So he checks 3 boxes. He checks the faith box. He checks my state has a lot of electoral. Pennsylvania could very well determine the election.
Yes.
I mean, so he checks that box. He looks like he's likable. I mean, I'm not seeing him talk or anything like that. And he is a moderate. And God, I think that's what everybody's looking for on both sides of the fence. I think if you're a Republican, you're looking for a moderate Republican, not a far right guy that wants to be evangelical and get all crazy. You want a moderate Republican. I think you want a moderate Democrat too. I'm saying Josh Shapiro all day, Kamala, if you wouldn't listen to me.
But overall, the clear pros for him, he's from the state of Pennsylvania. You can't do better than that if you're picking a VP and want a swing state effect.
I feel like this reporter should be telling me the horse racing odds this weekend. Don't you think?
Yes.
Yeah. Unless you're talking about maybe one other swing state. Let's talk about Arizona for a second. I mean, Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, he's been mentioned. What would he bring to the ticket?
What would Mark Kelly bring to the ticket? Well, you mentioned it, right?
No. He looks like the guy on the Minions. No. I mean, I'm just telling you, I'm the average American, okay? And I'm just telling you, like,
average American.
I'm just saying, as soon as I saw them, what'd I say? No.
I am your average American.
That guy looks like a math teacher, and I did horrible in math, and math sucks. That guy looks okay. Pros from a key swing state.
Arizona.
Listen, not as important as Pennsylvania, and not as many electoral votes. And then he lacks experience. The guy Shapiro from Pennsylvania has all the experience in the world.
He's a governor.
Hold on.
East swing state of Arizona won by the smallest of margins last time around. Won by actually less by Joe Biden.
This guy looks like a police commissioner. Does he not?
Yes.
No.
And he won in Pennsylvania, and he only won in Pennsylvania by a little bit more than a point.
I guarantee you, we got Democrats that are listening to me right now saying Bubba's on point. Bubba's on point. Shapiro is the guy. We don't want Mark Kelly. He looks like the minion dude.
Well, yeah, there's a reason for Mark Kelly. They were looking for a hero. And they don't want Trump looking like a hero because he survived the assassination attempt. So one of the reasons that this guy, in addition to being from Arizona, was on the short list is because he, in a lot of people's minds, as an astronaut, is a hero.
Okay, whatever.
And his wife was shot.
Okay, great, fine. I'm still Shapiro.
A great biography. I mean, my goodness gracious, can you do better than an astronaut? I'm not sure that you necessarily can. But what about the cons?
So hold on. Let's just break that down. You're an astronaut. You're not up there driving that thing. You're up there strapped in with 900 straps, hoping the bitch doesn't blow up halfway up.
Right. Bubba, it does say he's a pilot.
Okay, that's great.
It's fancy Uber ride, right?
You know what? Let me tell you something. Let me just tell you something.
Are you saying any dodo could go into space with someone else pushing the buttons?
I'm just telling you. Do you think they're up there with the yoke and the throttles and they're flying that bitch around? No, they're strapped in, just hoping an O-ring didn't fail and they don't get blown up into.
Yeah, but they're not just going up there and wanking off. Like, they got things to do, Bubba.
Yeah, they're doing
stuff.
They're
floating around doing things.
They're doing experiments that they've already practiced on the ground 100 times.
Choreographed them.
That's what a lot of people don't know. All the experiments that they do in space, in order to get a baseline to what that thing does, you have to have done it on ground with gravity. That's what you're trying to figure out. What does this experiment I do? What's the end result when there's no gravity affecting this experiment?
And you'd be chill, you'd be calm in space. You can't be on pills, you know.
I'm not on pills.
No, I'm just saying you can't take anything.
Oh, they'd let me take my doctor prescribed stuff. Hell yeah, they would.
I don't think they let you do that, Bubba.
TT night.
All right, then
I'm pretty sure they don't let you take that on the spaceship.
Then I'm gonna have a few restless nights until my body catches up to space time. Okay, bitch. Okay.
They're going to strap you down to the bed so you're not floating around.
That's okay. I'll be like, you know what? Just car buckle me into bed, and eventually I'll fall asleep. Okay. And,
I should just go on.
Plus the things that I smuggled in my ass that they didn't. I'm just saying, Lummy. I keistered some stuff. They don't check the pilot's buttholes before they go in, so I could keister enough Ambien to get me through the mission.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's right. He lacks executive experience. So Kamala Harris really doesn't have much executive experience.
It's Shapiro, man. Lock it in, Shapiro.
It's either, right? She obviously was the attorney general out in California. She was the DA in San Francisco. She was a senator.
By the way, she was crappy at all that. I mean, look at San Francisco. You cannot use California as a litmus test of things that are going real good right now. I mean, right? I mean, Did you see the big shootout in Oakland that we played yesterday? And San Francisco, I think, almost 80% of all businesses in downtown San Francisco have closed or left, including Google.
That's catastrophic.
You got Elon Musk that's so disgusted with California that he's taken SpaceX and Twitter to Texas. He's already relocated Tesla to Texas. I mean, California is not. They may say that they're doing good. They ain't doing good. Joe Rogan left California for Austin, Texas. I mean, a lot of entertainers are leaving, and when you got the entertainers leaving, that's the backbone of California is the entertainment business.
Do you think people just got tired of paying like the 30% state tax or whatever?
I think they got tired of paying that in conjunction with getting their house robbed.
It's like if
from
you're
California, but she doesn't. She hasn't ever actually led a state, and neither is Mark Kelly. He's somebody who was an astronaut and then basically became a senator. So I'm not quite sure he fills out the ticket.
And here's the astronaut. They strap you into a seat, and you hope you don't get blown up. And then you go to the space station, screw around a little bit, then they send you back home, splash down Willie.
Done.
That's it. That's it.
It is such an easy job. They are putting him on Indeed right now, Bubba. They're listing for astronauts, $15 to $18 an hour.
There's probably some rides at
Six Flags?
Six Flags or Busch Gardens or Cedar Point, or there's probably some rides and some roller coasters that are actually gives you more exhilaration than punching through the atmosphere and landing in the ocean into a big bobber.
Yeah, if you can survive The Simpsons, you can go to space.
The way that we normally do in terms of
Hey, listen, oddly enough, I ride roller coasters and I usually don't get sick, and the ones that go like 5,000 loops all around Lummi, and they go 0 to 70 in 1 second. You know, I've ridden all those, and they don't make me sick. But the one thing that makes me sick is the Simpsons ride.
Oh, really?
And
the 3D thing.
And the thing about it is, you just sit on this little these chairs, and you're not going anywhere. You never leave the room that you're in. The room's half the size of this studio, and you just sit in this 8-person little, like chair kind of deal, like a little car, like an 8-person car, and then the screens all around you, and then the cart is on like pneumatic shocks and stuff, and it moves all around, and then the screen that you watch is moving, and literally, Lummi, that's the only thing that I got sick on was the Simpsons ride, and the Simpsons rides never really. They don't even leave the room.
No, it's the old Back to the Future ride.
Oh, my God.
VP, where one is normally a member of Congress or a member of a legislative branch, and the other one perhaps being a governor.
I got. There's 3-to-1 odds on the 6-horse at the Preakness today.
I wonder his platform, whether it's with respect to being immigration and the border.
So far, we got Kamala's potential VP picks are so far Shapiro out of Pennsylvania, who's the governor. And then a Senator, Mark Kelly, out of Arizona. So far, I got Shapiro.
State or gun violence, 2 key areas that many people are concerned about that he has experience in.
Absolutely.
Harry, what about the North Carolina governor, Roy Cooper?
Hold on.
All right.
Astronauts don't carry guns. How does this guy?
He was also he was in the Gulf War.
Concerned about that he has experience in.
Absolutely.
Harry, what about the North Carolina governor, Roy Cooper?
All right. So we've talked about 2 folks from 2 certain swing states. Roy Cooper, though, if we talked about someone.
I mean, he looks like a used car salesman.
Yeah. Oh,
so what's it going to take, ma'am, to get you in this car?
One who perhaps lacks some executive experience in Mark Kelly. That is definitely not the case with Roy Cooper. In fact, he is the one who is arguably the most.
Here's the thing, man. I think this guy looks good. I think he checks some of the boxes, most experience, 1-2 times when Democrats lost a presidential race in North Carolina. But I don't know that he's strong enough to deliver you North Carolina. I think North Carolina is so red right now that even him being from there I don't know that he necessarily wins his state. And I think that's the first, when you're talking VP, I think that's the first box you have to check. I can deliver my state, right?
I think that's really important.
That's the first thing. If you can't deliver your state, then what good are you? I can put next guy in there. I don't know that he's and it even says, like I say, Lummi, cons. Is New York a swing state? Can he even win his own state?
Most experience in the field,
so Roy's
at least when it comes to these 3 potential VP choices in terms of executive experience.
Now, Lummi, is there only 3 of them?
Well, I think
running
on the CNN video, but there's a couple other they list in the article.
Being on the ballot. This is obviously he's completing his 2nd term as North Carolina governor. How about this? He's won twice. He has won twice in a potential swing state that Dems lost in the presidential races in North Carolina. Of course, Joe Biden lost it last time around. Of course, Hillary Clinton lost it back.
All right, so if New York is a 2-time Trumper, they're going to be right?
Yeah.
All right, so this guy's got to go. You can't deliver your state is the number one prerequisite we need.
Back in 2016. But perhaps the one con, if we know for sure that Arizona and Pennsylvania are going to be key swing states, is North Carolina? I know a lot of Democrats want to play there, But in fact, if you are going to get a swing state effect by choosing a VP, and that's one of the few measurable things.
I think that this guy's saying pretty much what I just said, but in maybe a little bit more of a smart way.
That we know about VPs is that it does tend to boost the president in that particular state. North Carolina is sort of on the edge of being a swing state, and adding Roy Cooper may.
Roy Cooper looks like Wink Martindale. Get the hell out of here.
Help Kamala Harris, but if she's going to lose the state by 5 or 6, it doesn't really help her too much if instead she loses it by 2 or 3.
Jim Weinstein, you got it.
The other ones they list is the Kentucky governor, Andy Beshear.
Hold on. So Kentucky, you're never going to win Kentucky. I mean, ever. Right? I don't care who that. Like you're never going to win Kentucky.
J.B. Pritzker, the Illinois governor.
By the way, you got Illinois locked up like you could never lose Illinois. Like Illinois will never go red. So why put the guy from Illinois when you got that state locked in?
Yep. Pete Buttigieg.
He's from Indiana. You're not going to win Indiana, but
he's got national.
But he has, he's a pretty smart dude. He's a pretty smart guy, and he didn't have any experience. He was the mayor. He was the mayor of South Bend, Indiana, and then he was on Joe Biden's
transportation. I think.
Transportation kind of deal.
So he'd be LGBTQ vice president first.
Yeah, that's
a first.
It's between the guy from Pennsylvania. What's his name?
Shapiro.
Between Shapiro and Buttigieg.
Or you got Gretchen Whitmer, the Michigan governor.
But here's the deal. But now you got an all-female ticket. Mm-hmm. Is that what you need? I think that some Americans say that's, I want a male in the mix some way, shape, or form. Just to give me, we can't be ran by
balance.
women. We can't be ran by women.
Do you think the LGBTQ, do you think Buttigieg gets the
I think the Democrats get that sliver by default.
Yeah.
I think they get that by default. It's Shapiro from Pennsylvania, or the Democrats are just pulling more stupid stuff. Hey, dear Democrats, if you want a chance to win, you put the dude from Pennsylvania in there. He's Jewish. He's well liked. He's got a good look. There's not a bunch of additional baggage tacked onto him, and he delivers you the most important swing state of all the ones that are available. North Carolina, you're not going to win. Kentucky, you're not going to win. Arizona's a toss-up, and you probably aren't going to win that. And that guy looks like the guy from Minions. I just worked it out for him.
You did.
Just pay attention to me. And you'll get it all to work out. Let me get it on time. And we'll talk about Joe Biden, I guess yesterday. And we're not talking politics today now. We're just talking news.
That's right.
You didn't hear me in a disrespectful way say who the VP of the Democratic ticket should be. This wasn't disrespectful.
You were objective.
I broke it down newsy-wise.
Yes.
And probably, quite frankly, in a very pro-Democratic way.
Yes, you
bitches. Did. About to get lines. We'll talk about Biden dropping out, and he should. At this point, he's going to be a distraction.
Dropping out of the race, or just dropping from the presidency?
No. Meaning, he needs to stick on as president. That causes way too much of a crap show. I would prefer him to step aside and give Kamala 6 months of experience and see if she could pull a rabbit out of her ass, and like a big thing that she could do. She could ride that into November. But if you're going to stay the president, then you need to stay off stages. Because this is Kamala's deal. And the more you get out there, the more distracting you are to the good stuff that she's slinging. I mean, listen, it's good stuff by his standards, right? She's far more competent than him.
Yeah.
Well, weren't all his trips scheduled, to run for president? So,
yeah, they were like all campaign deals.
So it seems like it just makes sense to cancel those.
Right.
Well, I guess
Joe just needs to stay back in the White House and run the country.
I guess he's not getting back to the Israel prime minister or president, whatever he is.
Oh, Netanyahu?
Yeah. I guess he's just hanging out.
You know what? At the end of the day, really, probably Kamala should be talking to him.
I guess Kamala doesn't want to take his call.
Yeah, it's so weird towards Israel.
Hold on. Kamala won't take his call, and Joe doesn't want to talk to him.
Right.
Why? We're Israel's number one ally.
But we don't act like it right now.
Wow.
And I'd be
Do you
really
want to lose
curious.
that Palestinian
I mean, are
vote?
they being sore losers? Are they like, we were only kissing Israel ass while we were in an election? I'm just saying.
Yes.
I mean, like, oh my God, Joe Biden's cool with Israel only because he's running for re-election.
Right.
But his true colors, being there for Israel when there's no election on the line kind of speaks volumes as to his behavior.
It's bizarre. I'd be really curious to see what Shapiro's take is on the Israeli-Gaza war. But and Bubba, this is not being anti-Semitic in any way whatsoever. It's amazing how American Jews have such little interest in the safety and prosperity of Israel, and how the Democratic platform has attacked Israel for defending themselves against the Gaza attack.
And now I guess, we actually have a story from Netanyahu. I know that's not his name, but that's what
makes it nicely.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Benjamin Netanyahu? Netanyahu?
How do you say his official name?
It's Benjamin Netanyahu, right, Seth?
Yes.
Benjamin Netanyahu. I got some video from him as well.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
VP.
Very good. I thought it was very measured.
She needs to pick the fucking Jewish dude.
Just took your $1,000 and flushed it.
I know, man. I can't tell. No, tell Ford Joe to bring cash.
That's not that Shapiro guy.
No, Trump.
Hey, nobody's gonna tell you what kind of guy you gotta be, motherfucker.
Who, me?
Yeah. You can be the kind of guy you want.
No, I know. But my vote goes to the highest bidder.
You're a hired gun?
Oh, God, for sure. Woody Harrelson's 63. Oh, man. There's always an anti-sex story around the Olympics. Bubba, I know you've never quit a job before, but when you quit a job, you give your notice and stuff, you just put it in cruise control till that's over. And I just think that's what Biden's doing.
I think so too.
I mean, after I put my 2 weeks notice in at iHeart and they kept me 6 more weeks, I would get up in people's faces every day. I didn't give a fuck.
Knowing that, what the fuck are you gonna do about it, right?
Yeah, it's let me fucking go.
Go ahead and fire me.
Yeah, it's we're on week 6 of my 2 week notice. Can you let me go, please? I need to make some money. Thank you. I was fucking making Morikawa than I was there. What up, Lunger, Paul, Quicker Ticker?
Don't they call, you can just call him BB. That's his short, can't you?
I think, yeah, that's what I've seen.
Yeah.
What up, Berta? What's up, Nick? What up, Frederick? What up, Todded? What up, Storage Shed? Duke? Prohuman? Johnny? What up, Grease? What's up, Brenda? What up, DK, Ryan?
About an hour and 40 minutes now.
Grouper. You get your cards yet, Ryan? I think I saw that. They got delivered.
About an hour and 40 minutes of pictures.
Oh, we're up to an hour and 40?
Yeah.
But we were as low at one time as just an hour, weren't we?
We like 110.
Can we watch that movie together later, Bubba?
What movie?
The pictures.
What do you mean?
Like you and me just watch the pictures for an hour and 40 minutes?
Just maybe with some popcorn while holding hands?
Yeah, just to make sure Macho's accurate with his time.
And then when he's 5 minutes off,
Yeah.
an internal memo.
He could be fucking us on a 5 or 10 minute deal. We're all blown away by the hour 40.
And then
it's an avatar of pictures.
Bring him up on the hill for questioning.
Oh, God, by far.
We should have.
I'll resign temporarily.
You're going to go back to Pepsi?
He's going to go back to the fixing the towers. He'll stay there until everything dies down.
How tall is that tower? Have you ever had to climb it?
Which one?
For 820.
Oh, that's not tall. And no, I would never climb that tower.
I was going to say, I don't think he climbs down.
Don't fucking Macho Man.
I've climbed self-supporters.
Yeah.
200 feet.
There you go. See, there you go.
I went up the elevator for the one out in Riverview.
Isn't that 1,800 feet?
The TV stations are up 2,000 feet, but the elevator goes up to
Softer though. Squeeze it.
What's it
93
like? What's it like up there? Just
It's
is it sketch? Is it sketch?
windy. It's windy. Every year in Florida,
Did you ever meet not John Mack, Wilson?
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
Seth, it's official. Your mom has told me that he's going to get picked. Josh Shapiro will be VP. That comes directly from my Democratic correspondent, Elise Kushner. Do not speak illy of her. That's disrespectful to Seth, and be like you saying bad things about my mom and Janie Cakes. I will flip out on you. And just because Elise is Democrat, who cares?
A lot of people.
Well, but you shouldn't.
They do, Bubba.
Here's the deal. And if you really care about Seth Kushner's mother's political affiliation, if that bugs you, then you're a troll. Like you're not one of us. You're not Bubba Army. You're not cool. Like our mother's political affiliations have nothing to do with this program.
Exactly.
And for you to speak illy of our mother based on my mom, I'll just say my mom is completely opposite of Elise. Elise is Democrat. My mom's Republican. Boom. And it doesn't affect me or Seth in any way, shape, or form on how we do our shows. And, if you guys have said some very disrespectful stuff to Seth about his mother's political affiliation. That's not a fan or somebody that wants us to succeed. That's just somebody being a dick. Like, when you talk about anybody's mother in a bad way, you should have your ass kicked. And you know what? Let's make sure all the moderators and all that, maybe it means we lose a couple hundred here and there. But if somebody's going to, say stuff like that about our mothers, you can call Seth a stupid ass snowflake and Dan a Guido ass narcissistic, talking too much son of a bitch.
I might, it's funny that I'm a snowflake, but I've never had a meltdown about who someone's mom is voting for.
No, you've had meltdowns about, cool stuff.
Yeah.
Lummy, like if somebody talked bad about your mom, or Macho's mom or Rhett's mom, like I'm just saying, man. If block the.
All right, if you want a list, I can give you a list after the show.
Moderators block those people. And I happen to have a pretty nice. I actually have a pretty good friendship with Seth's mom. Even when Seth didn't work for me, me and his mom kept in contact. I'd be like, "Hey, have you heard how?" I would ask her, "How's Seth doing?" She's like, "Well, he just started a new job in L.A. Phoebe and little Sammy are going to go out there and see him this week." And then 2 weeks later, I got a text saying, "Seth's back." And things in L.A. didn't quite work out for him. They kind of were a bunch of dicks to him. We had a little conversation. I kept up on Seth through Elise. Her and I are friends. Love her. So please do not speak illy of Elise. She's a hardcore Democrat, just like Jamie from Northern Heaton areas, and just like other people are. And we're not trying to upset you, not at all. Please don't say anything bad about our mothers. Biden cancels 9 trips, extends Delaware stay after dropping. I don't think he's not even back at the White House.
No, he's still in Delaware at his beach house.
Yeah, he's just, I might as well, right? Think about probably how much cooler and chill his life is at his Delaware beach house compared to being in the big ass White House, and there's just, it's just bustling full of business and running the country and, all the kind of stuff.
I'm sure he's still trying to calm down from Obama threatening to throw him down the stairs and, bury him.
I'm still thinking that he's smiling from that $15 million check that the DOC wrote him.
Yeah, well,
I heard, I could be wrong, that did happen. Like, he was totally in control there. And if you're playing chicken or you're playing whatever, and you absolutely positively hold all the cards, as he did, up until he backed out, he held all the cards. There was not a mechanism, the way I understand it, there was not a mechanism for anybody, Democratic Party related or Congress or Senate or anything, if he wanted to be the candidate, there's nothing that anybody can do legally or through any means to take him off the ticket. Am I not right? Like, there was no way that he could, even if it was a contested, I think a contested convention comes with the fact that the candidate has already pulled out. But once the candidate has got all the delegates from the primary, those are his, and they cannot take them away. I could be wrong.
The Democrats have a very confusing category called superdelegates, and there's thousands of them. And there may be more superdelegates than delegates that you obtain from voting. So it's really weird how the Democrats who cry about the Republicans, being a threat to democracy.
Dan, stop with it. Just give me the stats. Don't give me the caveat.
Okay.
Just give me the stats.
It's three primaries in a row that were suspect. The first primary pinched out Biden, and the second primary pinched out Bernie Sanders. And now this primary, we're going to have a candidate that no one voted for in the primary. But what I'm
saying is, if Biden doesn't voluntarily step out of the race,
it would be very difficult.
There's no way. I don't think there's a mechanism, and I could be wrong, but I understood, or I believe to be, or what I've been told, or what I think, or my opinion is, or what I heard was that if he doesn't willfully back out, then there's nothing they can do. He's the candidate. There's no mechanism you have at the convention to be able to throw him out and get a new person in there.
Unless there are more superdelegates than delegates, which I think there are, and they can, at a whim, change their mind if they're unified. I have to look it up. But there's literally several thousand superdelegates that are appointed.
I was told it's a much cleaner, easier situation. The way it transpired now is he backs out. The next day, the Democratic Party puts all of its force to Kamala, and now we just need to find a vice. I think that's the cleanest scenario going into the convention that we can have. We know who our candidate is. She can start canvassing around America, campaigning every day, right? While using, while using, American taxpayer dollars to campaign. Right? I mean, right now, Donald Trump, nobody's paying except for his campaign for that jet fuel that he's putting in his big ass 767. That's Donald's paying for that, or his campaign is. Whereas if Kamala Harris is flying Air Force One out to California this week for a fundraiser, if it's part of, you can make that somewhat part of White House business. I think they we pay the trip. So I think, all incumbents, and she would be considered at this point the incumbent, would she not?
Sort of, yes.
Right? She's She's in office.
Yeah, just not the same office.
No, it's not. But it's again this. There's a bunch of firsts here.
They should elevate her if they really want her to win. They should elevate her to president in the last, right before the election, so she can start doing it right
now.
I'm saying before the election. So
by Friday, Joe says, I just want to let everybody know I resign. Just like, remember when Dick Nixon did it? It was so simple. I, Richard Nixon, resign the office of president effective tomorrow at noon. Like, it was like, that's it. And he went on national TV and he read just that.
Right.
That's all he read. I, Richard Nixon, resign from the office of the United States of America, the president of the United States of America, effective tomorrow at noon. And then there was the infamous him getting on the chopper and giving the double peace sign willies, and he was out of there. So Biden can do that. You hand it over to Kamala. I don't know. I don't know if your VP on your ticket becomes a VP. Probably not. You probably have to go find a VP within the Congress or the Senate existing, and that kind of makes it confusing, right?
Yes.
And so, but she's now the president for the next 6 months. She's president, Madam President. She's president.
Yeah.
I think that gets her 3-4 points right now.
What if she's been president this whole time?
Well, I think she probably has. I think she's been doing kind of like what Ashley does to Lummy.
That's right.
To Joe. Biden canceled 9 trips that were scheduled for the last 2 weeks after suddenly dropping out of 2024. Let me back to my original thought. I was told that DOC, what's the Democratic? DNC. I heard the DNC wrote a $15 million check.
And his son doesn't go to prison?
And his son doesn't go to prison.
Is that like the first installment, or is that it?
I don't know. Look at Seth. 15. Seth's the best negotiator ever. 15 now. Seth would be like 15 now, and then 15 after the re-election, regardless of outcome. And if she wins, 30. Right?
I know they have to clean up the money somehow, but I feel like 15. I feel like it could be more.
15 down
to drop out of the race.
So,
I mean,
it's a presidential library.
How about this, Seth? 15 down, 15 after the race, regardless of outcome, and then 30 after the race if she wins.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go. Sitting on 45 mil.
And then another
Dan,
2.
You'd withdraw from anything for $45 million. Can you imagine, Dan? You would be impossible to live with if you had $45 million
in the bank. No, yeah, I would.
You would be a dick.
Mm-hmm.
You would be the biggest dick ever.
I wouldn't. I'd be still a nice person, help people, and stop if someone was hurt.
Can I ask Dr. Dan a question about Joe Biden?
Yes.
And his COVID? Is 10 doses of Paxlovid normal?
Nope.
Is that what he's taking?
Yeah, he just got his 10th dose of Paxlovid.
They keep putting the Paxlovid in and it's not working.
They're going to kill him with that. They're going to. I mean, Dan, haven't you, in your opinion, which by the way, you've established a very, very good, we can call it Dr. Dan cocktail of legal prescribed medications and some over-the-counter stuff to basically have a 100% success rate with COVID.
Yes.
Okay. And you swear by not using this Plaxaquid or whatever else.
Yes, I don't like Paxlovid.
I mean, that's in fact, when people have had COVID and they said, listen, my primary doctor gave me some Plaxaquid. What's it called?
Paxlovid.
I think you say, get off that crap immediately.
Yep.
Stop. Mm-hmm. And start with my stuff. Mm-hmm. Is the Paxloquid, is that Big Pharma? Is that what
yes.
Is that Big Pharma? Mm-hmm. So not only do they want to put a shot on your arm, but then once all that hasn't worked and you get it again, then they start giving you this Plaxaquid? Is that what?
Well, the Paxlovid is what they give as an outpatient, and the big problem with that is it's got a lot of toxicities, a lot of side effects, and also you get a rebound. So you may get better for 3 or 4 or 5 days, and all of a sudden you get COVID a second time.
It sounds like that might have been happening because Joe's not been in, they say 5 days quarantine. He's been, 12?
It's been a lot.
And so you think he had a rebound?
Probably.
You think the Plaxaquid initially got rid of it and then rebound Willie? He had like a boomerang Jones?
Mm-hmm. And if you don't treat this particular strain, it's not a catastrophic strain, but it lingers. And so my mom treated, she was better in 3 days. My aunt and uncle didn't treat, and they were sick for 10. So, I mean, pick your poison.
So just remember, this COVID took Morgan Wallen down, okay?
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
right.
supercharged.
Well, Tampa's got a little bit of a white trash spin on its strain down here. We got a little.
You think
tougher
DC
strain.
Delaware's got kind of like a healthier
maybe
strain of COVID?
But so listen, since they have all these trips, Biden was scheduled to be Monday in the West Coast. He was going to make stops in. These are great stops: California, Denver, Houston, and Austin. Well, all those trips have now been subsequently canceled. Listen, if your Secret Service has already gone and bird dogged all these spots, which they have, and that he's got a better Secret Service detail than what poor Donnie J has.
Oh man, yeah.
I mean, we can talk. I mean, we're going to talk about the Cheadle stuff here momentarily, but. If these are already scheduled, they've already been bird dogged and laid out, which they have, then why don't you just send Kamala? Just instead of Joe going, Joe is going to go to the campaign, right?
Yeah.
Well, what? Send Kamala.
They may be.
They need no. Well, they said they canceled them.
The whole event or just his.
No, the whole
Biden's,
event.
Yeah, he said the whole. They've. That's a mess up.
But she's got.
If you've spent all the infrastructure and all the money it takes to bird dog these spots correctly, Secret Service wise, and all these cities you've mapped it all out, and you have your plan of how you're going to do this.
But Bubba, she has her own plan. She's not just taking over Joe Biden's plan. She has her own plan. She's going to like Indiana or Ohio or Wisconsin or somewhere this weekend. Like she's got.
But she might as well skip Indiana.
Well, she's got her whole. I don't know if she's going. She's going to a couple states in the Midwest. But I'm saying like she has her own campaign manager, their own strategy. I don't think they're just adopting what Joe Biden was doing. He was going here, so we're going to go here. She's doing what she thinks she needs to do to win this thing.
I understand.
Yeah, she looks like she's going to Seattle this weekend.
All right, so here's the deal, man. If you're Kamala, you need to not go to Indiana. Like, if I was a president and I was somebody running for president, and you knew that state has been like, the last time it went. When's the last time? Maybe you can Bing it. I'll ask Alexa. Hey Alexa, when's the last time Indiana went Democratic on a presidential election? Good question, but probably too.
Sorry, I don't know that.
Exactly.
Hey,
Alexa.
Looks like
sorry.
Jimmy Carter in the 70s?
No way did Jimmy Carter win in Atlanta. Won Indiana.
Okay.
All right, he did. He over Gerald Ford.
National Jimmy Carter. Yep, 50%.
So was it Jimmy Carter versus Reagan, or was it Jimmy Carter versus? Because I think when Ronald Reagan took on Jimmy Carter, I think Ronald Reagan won every state but one. I think
92 is a lot. Bill Clinton. They voted Bill Clinton.
Oh, okay.
In 96, Bill Clinton. Sorry, I'm just going through the years now.
96.
Yes.
All right. Well, if I wouldn't go
Obama 08. There you go.
Oh, okay.
12.
I feel stupid.
Yeah, so that was the last time was 12.
I feel like I need to go to commercial. You've faced me so many times. I feel like I need to go to commercials, my friend.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
This one doesn't give that as much. This one does, though. Yeah, a lot. Yeah, which is nice.
Thank you. We're going to keep going today.
Oh, yeah.
Probably about 2:30.
This is like a lot clearly.
Thank you.
Get a little. So they do that. Your head is loud, or they kind of bring you back to newness and just.
What's up, Steve? You're gonna be old man.
Hi, everybody.
Little dog.
Hey, big loner. I just enjoy throwing the ball with Danny. You know what I mean? Just having that little 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Well, Dan, I got to show you something.
You want to play baseball?
Come here.
You could zip a ball.
Is it just me, everyone? Hello. Is it me you're looking for? What's up, the fat pig? See that.
There you go, Macho. Perfect timing. No one does anymore. Big and greasy. Good morning, sunny days. Hey, Chaluga. I don't have my Rumble open, so I'm sorry. Kind of get this saved. Yeah, Big and greasy. I think he's editing a bunch of shit up. But wasn't mad that I kept going on about the.
Right, no, I totally agree. That's great.
Without damaging.
Right.
You're doing something
Without
about
pain.
damaging.
Without pain.
So I actually Googled that yesterday for what pitchers do.
That's great. I'll do that. I'll definitely do that.
If you went out there and did 3 minutes of that 2 times a day.
Right. Or even twice a week. And do that twice a week.
Mm-hmm.
If you get some baseball.
Every day you're here.
Are you gonna build him a batting cage?
Of course, whatever it is.
Hey, watch after 2 months. Hey, watch after 2 months how much harder you're throwing the ball to Danny. That's your gauge.
Oh, shit.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Did it go underneath it? No, I see it. I see it. I see it. This side.
Think I didn't hit the TV, I would have killed you and fired you immediately. Brand new.
Yeah, Dr. Danny, we just replaced it.
Bubba went head first through the old one.
Third TV. Did that guy do this for you?
No, that guy did this glove. He did his catcher's net.
Oh,
This one's, hey, don't throw it. This one's nice.
Oh, but that's kangaroo
I've
right
just been
there.
breaking that in on my own slowly.
It's kangaroo
I'm
scale.
gonna throw a ball into it.
Oh, this.
Broke it in pretty good for a new glove.
Oh, yeah?
Still a little bit.
Yeah, I need some more.
I'd fucking oil it and tie.
Yeah, I've had it under the bed like that.
Yeah, there you go. You can't sleep on that part of the bed though.
All these gloves under the bed.
You can run it over too if you want.
What?
You can run over it.
Oh, really?
Wrap it in a towel. Have it tied up with the thing. Yeah. Back your car, back your Escalade over it. Or you know, I guess your Porsche.
I run it over with my Packer fucking truck.
There you go.
Track.
Oh, shit. Mm-hmm.
But like I said, it's just nice to throw the ball with my son. You know what I mean? Just doing that is just a nice little.
Back it over there, and then you stop your truck for a little bit. You
Leave it
sit
there.
for a minute, a couple minutes. It just puts that pressure on it.
I just don't want to freeze up my engine if I do that.
And then it's stuck.
We got the car back though.
Oh, you got the Escalade?
Yeah.
Oh, you did? What happened?
We froze the engine. It seized.
Did they buy you a new engine?
Yep, brand new engine.
Oh, we have to talk about that.
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
If you'd like to have your Bubba Army, now listen, like, you can just don't take a picture of yourself on your favorite, mountain, cliff, rocky. Just has to have some type of Bubba Army in the picture supporting the show. And so, whether it's your Bubba Army sweatshirt that you're wearing, it doesn't matter. Just if you'd like to be on my back wall, which, Lummy, I think we're up to, what do you say now? Seth wanted to get a stopwatch and actually check Macho Man's time.
Oh, yeah. What do we have here? He said an hour and 40 minutes.
We have an hour and 40 minutes, Lummy, before it
shows a new picture.
Yeah, rotates.
Or shows an old one.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
So listen, if you'd like to get your pictures on my back wall, it's free. You get even if you wanted to promote your business, like just get a Bubba Army sticker and have it in your hand next to your sign. I don't care. Send your pictures to BubbaArmyPics@gmail.com. That's what it is, isn't it? Let me.
Yes, it is.
Bubba Army Pics, PICS, BubbaArmyPics@gmail.com. And some of them are like, you can, are my own personal pictures off my phone. Like that's when I was at this police officer's funeral. And that's when I was there.
You took pictures at a funeral?
Yeah, because why not?
No, it's cool.
And then the Wall of Honor.
Yeah.
There's Tyler in a 410. Oh man, look at that. There's my little guy when we went to the Packers game. I don't know. Is that Alex Stein? No, it's me and Alex Stein for the Predator, right?
Oh yeah.
There's Larry Plummer. Rest in peace, Big L Plummer with his Bubba Army hat on. Look, there's the Merch Crick and Heather Wiz with the Christmas tree in the background. See, I could just sit here and watch the pictures all day. There's an hour and 40 of them worth. But we'd like to. Wouldn't it be so cool if we had like 6 hours worth or something?
Oh yeah, just have it keep going.
Yeah, like it doesn't even rotate. We have more than, I think, a show. A show's 4 hours, right? So we'd have to have 4 hours of pictures before they repeated themselves.
We got to get you another TV though, so you can get a live monitor feed of what you're seeing behind you.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, you're a little delayed.
Yeah. Well, okay. Whatever.
Watch me, self.
Whatever. I'm. You know what?
I'm all for more TVs.
I am delayed. So yes, what I'm watching is delayed. But isn't that part for the course? Me being somewhat delayed, borderline stupid, functioning R.
No, it wasn't a dig on you. I just want more TVs.
So, but it is. I'm not a very. I'm a flim-flamming grifter at best. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a smart guy. I just know how to work and BS myself out of, just whatever. I'm not very talented at all.
You are.
I don't deserve any of this. I don't understand why anybody would like this program or me. I'm a bad person. So anyway, Dan, I heard you got your from your type of problems to my type of problems, or from my type of problems to your type of problems. You had a 2024 $150,000 Cadillac Escalade. What was it? 650 horsepower.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Macked out. Well, I think you're one of the first. In fact, you had yours. In fact, I think the way the story goes is you had it ordered through the Tampa Cadillac dealer. You went to go pick it up. You had a deposit. You ordered it, the whole 9 yards. The way I think that you've probably ordered most of your cars. The current Lamborghini that you're driving was ordered. Correct? Like, you just don't go one day I don't think when you get Lamborghinis and stuff, unless you're buying used ones, that you can literally go out to the showroom floor and get one, because usually they're already paid, they're already sold.
Yeah, a lot of them are ordered before they show up to the dealer. They don't usually have a lot of.
Fabrizi just got the newest Ferrari that he'd been waiting on for 3 years.
Oh, the 296.
Is that what it is? He just got it.
Oh, that's cool.
And he'd been waiting. I haven't talked to him. He put 3 years. He said 3 years.
Yeah.
What's the longest you've ever had to wait on a car?
I waited 2.5 for my SF90.
Really? Can I ask you a question and you be totally honest?
Sure.
And I don't mean to upset you, because you're my friend. Do you miss the SF90?
I still have it. I don't miss it at all.
Oh, you don't? Hold on. You still have it?
Yeah.
No. What was the one before that?
That was the Pista. I miss that.
I do miss the Pista.
The yellow striped one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a cool car.
Would you have not ordered the SF90 and kept the Pista?
The only problem was it was getting mileage on there, and so Ferraris are useless with 10,000 miles on them.
Oh, really? What were you up there, 5?
I was at 7, 8.
Oh, you got to get out of it.
Yeah, it's because they're harder to sell at 15.
Right.
You just can't sell them. They have no value.
The bottom drops out at 10, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. It's amazing.
Where are you at on your SF90?
3.
Oh, so you're good. You're good on that.
Yeah.
So you got the SF90 and the Lambo?
Yep.
I'm rough life.
That is.
Let's not forget the $150,000 Escalade that's his wife's car, and he's driving. By the way, so I think the history of this is you ordered it through GM, through Cadillac, whatever. Put your deposit down. I think within Tampa you were in the top 5 or 10 of getting them.
First.
Oh, you were first?
I was first. Because I got the first regular Escalade from Ed Morse. And so when the V was announced, I asked about it, and I was the first one to ask. And they said, since you were the first for the Escalade, we'll give you the first V.
All right, so you get the first V in town, and you go to pick it up. They're like, the way you've done everything, they didn't, on your first Escalade that you got, however many years ago, they didn't really kill you that bad. They might have bumped up. They may have
sticker.
Yeah, sticker. Sticker. You paid sticker.
Sticker.
So you went to go pick up this one. Sticker's $150. And I remember you texted me saying a bunch of expletives. Ed Morris can suck my blank. They can totally. They tried to pay. They didn't they tell you they wanted an extra 50?
Nope.
Or what? 100.
I'm walking up to pay, and for the first time they say, "Oh, by the way, the market adjustment's $100,000." So I said, go F yourself.
So you were at the dealership taking possession.
Yes, I'd sat in the car already. I'd already sat in the car. We had talked about you're going to hit the windows, you're going to all this other stuff.
Kind of run you through the gimmick, right?
Right. I was going to pick up the car the next day, and I go up to start paying, start the whole payment process.
Right.
And they surprised me with $100,000, which, Bill Gates wouldn't do that.
No.
He wouldn't take $100,000 surprise at the 11th hour.
We used the show to bury him. I think you sent this air check to GM or to Cadillac.
Yeah, they all heard it.
Cadillac got a hold of you privately and said there's a smaller dealer south of Tampa that will, from a smaller city.
Yeah, I think it's more like east of here. It's called Houston Cadillac, HUS.
And where's it located in?
Somewhere between here and Orlando.
Bartow?
Lake Wales, maybe?
Oh, Lake Wales?
Lake Wales Cadillac said, listen, man, we'll take care of him. We'll sell him they probably only got allotted a couple, but we'll sell ours at sticker to him. So GM hooked you up with the right dealer.
Yep.
They did you right.
Yep.
And then,
it only cost me a few months.
Yeah, it only cost you a few months. Now, did Ed Morris get ripped? I mean, did Chevy, or I'm sorry, did GMC get a hold, which is the corporate company of Cadillac, did they get a hold of Ed Morris and say, we got a guy that's, a great customer and, was number one on your list, and you try to bump them 100 G's? Do they get in trouble for that?
Well, they're independent dealers, so they can only get into so much trouble. They ended up selling that car. They got into a bidding war, and our running back, Furet, what was his last name?
Leonard Fournette?
Fournette bought the car for $315, and then it caught fire on 275.
Oh, that hopefully with some accelerant, because for $315 I'd want to catch it on fire as well.
Yeah, I hope he had agreed value on the insurance.
So
then I enjoyed it. I mean, it's been an awesome car. I drove it spiritedly one time, and I guess
hold on, Dan. There's nothing that you can drive. You can't drive that Cadillac harder than what they drive it on their test courses when they put professional race car drivers to take it and to drift it and to spin it out and to go 100 miles an hour and absolutely smash the brakes to see what type of stopping power, to go on the drag strip and go 0 to 100 as fast as they can. I mean, to whip it around. I mean, they beat the hell out of those cars to make sure they're going to be able to make it, right?
Yep.
And they don't offer. And what's the horsepower on them?
It's almost 700.
So
680.
You don't make something that's got 680 horsepower that you got to drive delicately.
Right.
And so
now I'm not allowed to drive it.
You're driving. It's for your wife. You paid for it, of course. And you guys are driving to. I think is it Easter?
Church for Mother's Day.
For Mother's Day.
Yes, it was downtown.
Steve, Krista, there.
Right.
Jay and his family, there.
Yep.
Dan and his family are scheduled. GPS got Dan getting there 3 minutes early. Going to drop off the family, then he'll go park it. They'll be inside right on time. Dan will be 2 minutes behind him.
Yeah, I'd come in with the priest.
So about 5 blocks before the church, the thing just completely 1,000% shuts down.
Yep.
Let me get back. If you had a 72 Nova, it's electronically, it's not going to shut down. So you can still maybe crank it or, try to jump it or put some starting fluid in the air cleaner.
Get it there.
Something. This thing's dead on arrival. Done. And so, Dan, I think you've been fighting with Cadillac this entire time. What was the diagnosis of the problem?
I think the oil pump failed, and someone on chat said that there's a plastic oil pump fan or oil pump, the actual the pistons or the blades that pump the oil is plastic and it strips. And I think that's probably what happened.
Oh, because hold on. According to your wife and by other reports, you were kind of F1ing it a little bit. You were stretching it out. And you were stretching it out a little bit. Well, listen, your wife believes that you broke it. Like, she doesn't think that it was from a defective oil pump fan. She thinks that because you're driving like an asshole that you blew up her car.
Yes, but I think the plastic drive gear to the oil pump is what broke.
Sure,
and had nothing to do with what I was doing.
Listen. And Dan, unless you put it in first gear and floored it and redlined it to 7,000
and kept it there
for 5 miles,
right?
Are you gonna blow that thing up? You're just not gonna. There's nothing you can from driving to your house to downtown Tampa on Bayshore and through a couple other downtown streets of Tampa.
Crosstown.
You're not gonna. There's nothing you can do to blow that up. I mean, maybe if you drained all the oil. And then decided to drive it, maybe
and the water,
and you maybe blow it up. But something obviously malfunctioned within the motor that caused it to blow up and seize. And so your wife can she not comprehend that?
No.
Does she not know like of a malfunction, defective? Would she know what an oil pump is?
No, you drive it much too hard.
You drive my car much too hard. Now, no ass for you, Don. So
Macho says they should have upgraded that part for you.
Yeah, when I wanted to supercharge my other Mustang, that was the first thing they said. I have to upgrade all that stuff. So that's a design flaw.
Yeah, it is a design flaw, and I should just replace it. With a big boy, whatever that piece is.
Absolutely.
Drive gear.
Oh, instead of just going back to the stock plastic fan, Willie, that they actually put the beefed up drive gear on there.
Yeah, if that is the problem and that is what failed, then I don't have a problem with replacing it with an aftermarket version.
Supposedly, it gets towed to the dealership, which is like in Waimama or Winter Haven or whatever the hell it is. And they went and it's got a brand new motor.
Yeah, and I didn't fight with them at all. They took it. They gave me a very nice loaner Suburban, and we fixed it in 2 months.
Donnie, this is not a Escalade. This is a Suburban. The poor people at the school line drive Suburbans, Donnie. Look what you did.
She's not like that.
I'm telling you, Donnie, you blew my car up, Donnie. Did she say? Does she know about like how blowing a car up, or did she just say you broke her car? Does she know like the term blow up other than oral parameters?
No, I think she just says I broke her car.
You broke my car, Donnie. Do you ever say this, Dan? Can I ask you a question? Do you ever say, Romina, I'm also the one that purchased it?
Yeah, I said that too.
I'm the one.
It's my effing car.
It's
all mine.
I don't know if I would have been necessarily that much of a dick, but I would have said, listen,
it's all mine.
I bought it, okay? And I'm buying you a new one, and you know what? The last one you had was $126,000, and you had, the nicest, newest SUV in all the land, and this one was, $157,000, and it was the nicest, newest one in the land. And you know what? I didn't break it. Something inside broke. It's a manufacturing issue, and if you don't start being a little bit nicer, you're going to be driving a Pinto.
Mm-hmm. That's just something very similar to
You know what you should do, Dan? You should take my 2004 Crown Vic with Bubba Army stickers and tell her this is what she has to drive back and forth.
Yeah.
The windows don't work. The kids would be locked in the back. She actually, it's a cop car, so the door handles don't work in the back seat. So you have to get out and open the door for them. So she would be having to open the door for little Danny and Sophia, and it has Bubba Army all over it. She hates Bubba Army, does she not?
Yeah. No, she likes you. She likes the Bubba Army. She loves the girls of the Bubba Army.
She likes the Bubba Army. She hates me.
Hate's not the right word.
What's the right word?
Despises you.
Despises me?
Maybe. Resents.
Resents?
Maybe.
Despise? Phoebe doesn't feel that way. I think that I think she's the only. Candle doesn't feel that way. She's Ashley May.
Crystal loves you.
My Ashley?
Yeah.
No, my Ashley loves you.
Yeah, everybody. All the wives love me, Dan, except from Romina. Why?
Oh, I don't know.
Because of you.
Probably
because of you. It's because of you.
It's my fault.
So I was looking. So anyway, if you want to get your picture on the back of my wall, God, it'd be so nice to have like 5 hours. We're a long way from there. But anyway, send your pics to Bubba Army Pics, P-I-C-S, Bubba Army Pics at gmail.com. So I was looking where, President Biden hasn't been back to the White House. He's still at the beach house, and he's been gone now for the White House, I think, almost 2 weeks. And they don't know when he's coming back. And if I was thinking, Biden, he's not dirty. He's not dirty at all.
What do you mean by dirty?
He's
Define
just
dirty.
like he's not a dirty person. Like I'm
Talking
sure
scandals and stuff.
No. I'm talking about like
hygiene.
hygiene.
Okay, yeah, I just didn't understand what you meant.
Yeah, hygiene wise, he's not a dirty guy.
Oh no, he's meticulous.
Yeah, he's very clean.
Yes,
has good teeth.
Yes,
his hair. I mean, for what hair he has left, it's just his insides that are messed up. But exterior, he's clean. He takes care. He looks good.
Yeah, there's always a fresh mask on the actor.
If I'm Trump, and before I'm moving into that White House, I'm making him fumigate all that. I want new beds. I want new, I don't want anything that old fart slept on or sat on. I saw a not a documentary, but it was more of a history deal about the latest presidents and how much they've spent on remodeling the residency of the White House, and the Trump spent the most last time he did it, like $3.4 million.
Oh, nice.
And
well, hopefully some of that stuff's still intact, or he's going to be redoing everything again.
And I wonder what, I would I'd want a new bed, wouldn't you?
Of course. Oh yeah.
And I'd want a new toilet.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think they're making. I think that they refresh everything for you at the White House.
Can you imagine if you're like white trizash enough like me, and you'd be like, I hear that. It's all right, man.
Oh, Thomas Jefferson, he banged in that bed?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Can you guys, do you got any mattresses from the 60s? Like, I want to be on JFK's bed. Boy, the memories and DNA on that bed. Maybe I'd get me a little Marilyn Monroe by proxy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I bet you they have to come in and fumigate it and, maybe paint the walls. And, I'm sure that there's a
new carpet.
New carpet. All that kind of stuff.
I mean, it's every president's, priority or prerogative to, redecorate the White House to an extent, to tweak Air Force One a little bit to an extent. And, it's one of the, rights and privileges of being president. I don't really have a problem with that.
I think they have a budget, but a lot of them just go over.
Yeah, I don't really care. I mean, it's nothing to, you talk about, $3 million for the White House. We spent like $100 billion to Ukraine. So why do I worry about the $3 million to redo the White House?
They said that when Donald Trump came in, he had all new gold chandeliers put in because they were silver before, and he needed the gold ones. Now I wonder what they do with that, $100,000 chandelier that Trump put up, but Biden wants down. Like, I wonder what do they put it on Marketplace, Lummy? Do they put it on eBay? Do they have a big storage? Like,
they let the staffers fight it out like gladiators.
the two lawn dogs are out there and be like, man, I got dibs on that chandelier.
Hunter Biden pawned it.
They roll dice for it.
Yeah, Hunter Biden's got it on Marketplace. But I mean, I bet you they got a big warehouse of all this presidential stuff that, like they all get their own china and their own dining room set. Like, so what do they do with the old stuff? The old stuff, is probably still very valuable.
I think they keep a lot of it because I think the Clintons took almost all their furniture when they moved out, which was a big thing.
Oh, took it home?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Arkansas for you.
It's like stealing the bat gowns from your hotel room.
Oh, wait. I'll tell you right now, not only did I get oral in the West Wing, but I'm going to go ahead and take that dinette set in China. Taking that desk. Hell yeah.
But does it go to like their museum?
I think it goes to the library, their museum.
The library, museum, whatever.
Not if you're Bill. Bill says it's going right over to Arkansas, my friend. They relocated to New York because she needed to find a district that she could win as a senator. So they conveniently picked, I think it was like Koch, I don't know what the hell it was. I think it was in Amityville. Was it Amityville, New York? I think it might be.
Mm.
I think the Clintons might live in Amityville.
Like the Amityville Horror?
I think so. I could be so wrong and look so stupid right now, but I'm really laying my nuts on the line right now.
Bill doesn't strike me as a big city kind of guy.
Can you...
I'm looking up, what is it? Oh, Chappaquiddick?
Oh, Chappaquiddick?
Yeah, or Chappaquiddick, New York, it says. CHAPPAQUA.
Oh, okay. I thought, see, look, I am so stupid. I thought it was Amityville. I don't know.
That's all right.
Thanks.
I believed you.
I don't think anybody thinks you're stupid for that reason.
No.
Others?
Oh, for that reason?
Possibly.
Okay. That's great. I mean, I could care less why you think I'm stupid.
Sure.
I mean, whatever.
As long as you think I'm stupid, that's all that matters.
I'm functioning. I mean, I'm a functioning stupid guy.
You're running a business.
Yeah, I mean, Just saying. I'm not really that stupid, am I?
No, not at all.
I may sound stupid, but maybe I'm not as stupid in real life. I don't know. Maybe I'm stupider.
I always said you have to be really smart to play a dumb guy on the radio.
Yeah, you're probably right on that. Thank you. I think that's an indirect thank you. So now, I don't know when this started with the Olympics, but they don't want the athletes blasting each other, which at the end of the day, man, I think they should say, listen, you guys... Talk about building a mega athlete. Let's say you have a girl and she's a 200 sprinter, and you got a guy and he's like a 200 or 400 sprinter, and those two have a child.
Gotta be fast.
You don't think that's
Oh, but they're running an international competition. They're not breeding athletes here.
I know,
they should be.
But
It was last year, or last Olympics.
Not only should they, but they not necessarily should be, but they shouldn't not let it be. Like if naturally two people are attracted to each other and they happen to be Olympic athletes, what should be there? And they're both single.
Well, there's big STD outbreaks. That's why, I mean, they've tried a bowl of condoms. They've done a bunch of things, but everybody coming from all over the world, they start giving each other all the diseases. So they're trying to quell that. But I can't imagine, is this for the poor countries? Because I can't imagine LeBron James.
It's for the U.S.
So they're coming up. So listen,
Tokyo is the one who started it.
So Tokyo started the beds that the athletes. Now you would think that you would give them good beds because they need a good night's sleep and they need to be well rested and not sore from sleeping on the beds are made of cardboard to try to promote not having sex, because if you get going too much, you break the cardboard. Cardboard's good. These
nobody needs a bed to have sex.
These beds you can sleep in them comfortably, but you just can't blast in them because they just will break. But you're right, Seth. Like, why couldn't I just move this fan and sit down or have her on all fours?
Exactly.
Like, I don't need. What are you guys so stupid that you think athletes can only have sex on beds?
I'll put that foam mattress on the floor.
Hell yeah, I've been that chick. I've been that chick over this nightstand. I mean, right?
But the human race could use more good people having sex with good people. You know what I mean? Instead of, just poor, uneducated, unskilled people just, reproducing.
Yeah, but you don't want that Lithuania strain of, gonorrhea, Dan.
Who cares, man? Penicillin will kill it all.
Yeah, Dan. So, Lummy, is this the cardboard bed deal right here? Let me see here.
The answer is kind of yes and no, I guess. So the actual bed frame itself is cardboard. You can see all up under here, cardboard. And then you can also see it pretty well at the top of the bed. So they're definitely mostly cardboard, but we're sleeping on a mattress. We're not sleeping on something super hard. Also, they're doing the frames like this to minimize environmental impact, which is slight.
Environmental impact.
So they can recycle the bed.
Oh, so they can throw the bed away after it has, a bunch of Nigerian DNA on it.
Wait, so you're telling me Kevin Durant's laying in one of those beds? I mean, come on.
I don't know. They have to maybe put two of them back to back with him.
They got to be staying at a hotel. There's no way.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, because the 92 team stayed in a hotel.
So you're saying that they just have the swimmers and the track people on there?
Yeah, and the people from the poor countries where you have to stand on the corner and raise money and get coins to send you to the Olympics. Those countries that can't afford them to stay there for 2 weeks.
Right. I sent you a video of the inventor of the cardboard bed. And he jumps on it and shows us how strong it is.
Yeah, there's blasting.
So anti-sex bits because of its innovation.
Merch Crick just bought one of these.
Yeah, exactly.
時はジャンプするぐらいのことはあるだろうとそう思ってたんですね。だから2人
So the beds are strong enough to support the weight of 2 people.
3人ぐらい
2 to 3 people. Hold on.
がジャンプしても大丈夫のようには作ったんだけど。
Of course, you do not expect 9 people to jump on the bed at the same time. Actually, it looks like that mattress is pretty comfortable.
Yeah, it does.
And what? Oh, here we go.
Oh, the bits have gone viral.
If you go to 57 seconds in, he starts jumping on it and stuff, and just
optimum performance, which CEO Motsukuni Takaoka paid attention to in developing.
Yeah, but he's about 130 pounds.
Yeah, but how can you not have sex on that?
It's a good point.
You can blast away.
Athletes rotate.
Athletes can rotate to keep their mattresses clean and fresh.
Mattress, by themselves. Because you can touch. This is soft. This is hard.
This is soft. This is hard, and this is medium. Yep.
Medium.
Exactly what I need to blast some bitch from Nigeria.
Bubba, do you think this is just like some sort of like gimmick that they're saying it's an anti-sex bed, and maybe it's just like a really comfortable, small green bed that
I think Tokyo's the one who came out and said it. They said they did this for anti-sex.
Right. But you're right, Seth. More than anything, it is a very, very more cost-effective way than having, metal,
light,
like a metal. And then environmentally, you're also right. You don't have all this metal and stuff that you're recycling or throwing away. You just got cardboard, which is completely recyclable. I do not know why I have
a Zoom caller about
lightweight.
Oh, is this a Zoom caller?
It's a live update from Colton in Indiana.
Okay, well, I gotta see if I can get him on the. I got the.
I think he's there.
I think he is there too.
Let me. I have the pod up. I have the internet pod up.
Where's he at?
Hello. Good morning.
Yeah. We can hear you. Hello.
All right. Good morning. Good morning.
By the way,
Can you see me yet?
By the way, yes, I can see you, and your truck is securely parked and tucked away right next to Big Red's truck. So looks like we have a used truck dealership out here up front. But how's things going? Are you in Indiana?
I am in Indiana. I'm actually wanted to see if you would recognize where I am right this moment. Let me see if I can flip this camera around here.
Oh,
you recognize where I am, Bubba?
Yeah, you're at that's 1915 Rosemont. That's where I grew up.
Is that your dad's shed garage?
That's my dad's garage. Yes. Yes, that's my childhood home.
That's where little Bubba Clem grew up.
And then that's where Bubba Clem grew up until he was 17. And then that was
like a 4-car garage.
No, it's a 6-car garage, buddy.
Wow.
Big Doug. That's where Doug Clem and that's my basketball.
Is that your hoop?
That's my hoop. My dad put up. My dad put up for me.
Cool.
Yes.
Kind of dunk on it.
Now we didn't have the above ground pool. We didn't ever have that.
Okay.
Whoever lives there now has put that in there. But yes, that's where I grew. I mean, Colton, very humble beginnings, would you not say?
For sure. In fact, I stopped over at the Hampton Inn, and I had to use the bathroom, on the way here.
Right.
So I stopped over there, but I got some free breakfast while I was in there too. They had free breakfast.
Right. You actually ought to interview. You ought to interview people of Warsaw, Indiana, if they know who. The most famous person from their city is.
You want to call Bubba Clem? Bubba Clem or
no? Well, I mean, Bubba Clem. But you don't tell them that. You just say, hey, hi, go down to Center Lake Beach, and
I know Center Lake. I just passed it.
Right, and maybe just walk up to people and say, hey, I'm doing an interview for YouTube, and do you know the most famous person from Warsaw, Indiana?
Okay, I'll do that.
And see what
I also wanted to go down. Okay, I will. I'll interview that.
But hold on, but don't mess it up. See what they say, and then when they mess it up, correct them. Don't give them the answer. I want them to actually, give you an answer.
Okay.
Hall of Famer Archie Hellman
I'll ask.
Wants to know if that's the garage that you use to shop vac in.
Yes. Now that's where I use my shop vac. Now, if you turn around, there should be a set of 4 or 5 mailboxes on a steel railing or something. That Doug Clem built that railing. Yeah, there you go.
Railing, still standing.
And our mailbox was the very far left one. That was our mailbox.
It's still labeled 1915. Looks like some new lettering, but it is there.
Yeah, 1915.
Actually, that looks like the original
That's
mailbox.
probably my original mailbox.
Bubba,
yes.
Hold on.
That is my original mailbox. Look at that.
How about props to Colton for going to Indiana and having the idea to go by your childhood home and surprise you?
Yeah, I mean, this is very much a surprise and very much props to you, Colton. Now, Colton,
they got the window open now, Bubba.
Oh yeah. Now, see, we could never grow.
Good morning.
Oh, guys gonna have.
No, I don't think they're out. The window is open, but I don't think they came out yet. I got dogs barking on this side. I got dogs barking over here from me.
That's where the Moore boys lived, and then
I'll be hanging out.
Ask her. Do you know who the most famous person?
That's his girlfriend.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Shelby knows.
There, boy, $10.
Is there a guy walking down the street? Is there a guy walking down the street?
Not yet. I don't
okay.
see anybody this way. I am going to go to Center Lake from here. I'll get some interviews.
Yeah.
So obviously I wanted to go to the next Copeland. I'm not going to be able to make it down to Copeland. That drives too far. Your other house?
No, Copeland's just no. Copeland's just right across the street.
Okay, so then what was the other one I can't make it to? There was 3. I think Tara sent me all 3. Shout out to Tara. Thank you.
The Paxton. Don't go to that one. I never lived there.
You do? Okay.
Don't go to the next one. If you wanted to go to, would be the Copeland one. But I wouldn't even do. What
about Warsaw High?
I would just go. Yeah. I would just go down to the beach. That's where everybody is.
Okay.
Or downtown. Go downtown. Have you seen how cute downtown is?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It is nice. It's a small town feel. It is nice.
You can just ask anybody. Do you know who the most famous person from Warsaw, Indiana is? Let them give you an answer, and then if they don't answer it correctly, tell them it's Bubba Clem. He's a radio shock jock, Bubba the Love Sponge. Don't bring up the Hogan tape in my hometown, okay?
I won't. I won't do you like that.
Just put me over. And by the way, if you move it to the right, that's where Dixie and Bob lived. And Bob
this is a nice house here. Nice landscaping, nice home, very nice.
It's his herpes $10 where the shop vac-matic happened.
Looks like the Marshalls might be doing some renovation. See the construction dumpsters.
Wait, the Marshalls, is that
this one here?
Yeah.
Where's where the hot chicks were?
Is that a roll off?
That is a roll off.
Yeah, that's roll off.
They're doing
nice roll off.
They're doing some renovations over at Dixie and Bob's. Bob's just died.
Oh.
Dixie's in her 80s. Her and her son Brent live there. The Marshalls consisted of Sue, Laura, Leslie, Brent, Robbie, and Brad. They had 6 kids live in that house.
Jeez.
Wow.
Where were the
now
hot
is the
chicks
Pizza
located?
King? The Pizza King, has that been there for a while?
No, that was added after I'd already left. The original Pizza King's on Winona Avenue.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where the next spot then? Go down to Center Lake. That's what you're thinking.
Center Lake and ask or Center Lake then downtown to ask people, who the most famous person from Warsaw, Indiana is.
Okay, I can do so.
And hey,
if you guys are still alive, I'll give you guys a call back.
And if anybody gives you a hard time at Warsaw at the park at Center Lake, just say, "Hey, don't make me call Larry Plummer."
Okay, will do.
Is Penguin Point still there?
And no, it's got closed down. But listen, remember this. Remember these 2 names, okay? You ready?
I'm listening.
Larry Plummer.
Okay.
And Jeff Gross.
Jeff Gross.
Yeah,
okay.
he's the mayor. And
I got it. Jeff Gross. Larry Plummer.
Hey, hold on. Jeff Gross, formerly Indiana Mr. Basketball, is the mayor. And Larry Plummer, Larry's practically second in charge in the whole city. So if you get stopped anywhere, just throw those 2 names out and you're fine.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, and if we're still live,
I'm glad I got to take you down memory lane here.
Boy, what a you know what, Colton? I'm going to give you a little bonus for that. I really am. That's just super creative, and it's great content. Hopefully, you're saving all this for like a YouTube deal, and or Gary Cantrell can cut it up into to some kind of deal, especially the answers that you might get from these people. God, you know me, thousands of hours I spent shooting basketball.
I was going to say, man, that's pretty awesome that they kept the basketball hoop that you originally shot on.
Yeah, that's my dad.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
My dad welded up all the steel, sunk it down so the rim was at 10, put supports on it till the cement dried. Yeah, there's my own. God, that brings back some memories. Wow. And that is the
and
building.
Thank you, Tara, for the address, and thank you, Macho Man, for getting this set up for me.
And that is the garage that I shop. Let me spent probably hundreds of hours shop vacuuming in.
The green shop vac?
Yeah,
got really good at it.
Used to do it right in that corner, right in that very far left corner. That's where I see that window. I'd look out that window. Yeah, I'd look out that window. Now this guy's got this place all garbaged up. Like we didn't have any of that stuff. This guy's really white
trashing it with all the pool and everything.
Colton, you got yourself a bonus coming, buddy.
Well, thank you, Bubba.
All right,
y'all
man.
have a great week, and if y'all are still alive when we get down there, I'll call you guys back.
Yeah. Really make this audio is very important. We can do a lot of things with this. Asking people from Warsaw, Indiana, because none of them are going to get it right. You know that.
I understand.
Then you're going to have to explain who I am. Big time radio host. 1980. Oh, listen, 1983 football co-captain for the Warsaw Tigers.
1983.
Yeah.
Shelby, write that down. 83 co-captain
for the football team.
For the football team, 83 co-captain. Shelby, write it down. We got it. We got it. Jeff Gross, Larry Bird, and 1983 co-captain.
Larry, not Larry Bird. Larry Plummer.
Larry Plummer.
Although Larry Bird would work there. All right. Hey, good seeing you, buddy.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Well, what a pleasant surprise, huh?
Yeah, it's neat.
That's cool. That's where I grew up.
How far is Fort Wayne from there?
45 minutes.
Oh, because he went to Fort Wayne to see her family. So
yeah, it's literally 45 minutes.
Okay,
it'd be like from here to Lakeland.
Yeah, I was surprised when he told me his idea. I'm glad, and he might not have been able to make it to Indiana because I had that IT outage or whatever. So
yeah, the computer crashes.
Yeah, but he was really,
but he made it.
Yeah, no, he had that idea.
Us. That was a hell of an idea.
And,
great job, Cole.
And you know, Colton said, I just know as soon as I go to his house, he's going to start sending me all over Warsaw. There you go.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Colton, to use his girlfriend's phone and pull up the article where it says the most popular person from Warsaw, Indiana.
Okay.
So that he can show them. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
After they mess up, maybe I should call him.
Bubba, it's Colton. He knows.
I mean, he understands. I talked to him about that before he left too.
No, but he needs to have it on his phone.
I'm sending him the link.
Yeah.
For his girlfriend.
Yeah.
I'm sending him the actual link that we have.
I'm not trying to micromanage. I just want this. I mean, if we got a guy in Warsaw that's doing this, we don't want to fuck it up.
No, that's why I'm going to send him the link and not have them look it up.
Right. Send him. There you go. You're right. Good job. That's being an EP right there, brother.
Sorry, sir. Thank you, sir.
Brother.
Stop with the fucking nonsense.
What?
I still got watermelons. We got Clement Kush today.
We do. I just don't hear you say brother a lot.
I don't.
No. I thought you did.
No. That's awesome. It just happened. All right.
Yeah, that's what I was saying on the hot mic.
Yeah, I heard
that
you.
worked out perfect.
Yep. Being distracted you enough for us. I thought Lummy planned that when he pulled you out of the studio.
That was great.
That's how I got in there without you singing.
Oh. I didn't know there had to be some. Interesting. What up, Brian? Shit, man. What up, Lunger?
What's up, Snezzo? What's up, Caviar? Hippie Short Joker. Jerry Hill 68. Did he not? He looked like Scott Steiner.
What up, Steve?
Easy. What's up, FJ Bar?
Felix.
I did another 15 reps, Bubba.
Did you?
Yep.
Great.
Airtight T-pole. Airtight T-pole said give Colton the strap. Not really in here, though.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Dan. Some Goober lips.
I'm trying to find.
The one guy?
No, the Netanyahu story. I'm finding it. I'm trying to find it.
I resent it to you.
You did?
I'm doing it right now. I sent it. I resent it.
Okay. Trying to find if I have it or not.
Okay, yeah. All right, yeah, I need that. Thank you.
What's up, Steve Jenkins? J-Bar, 75.
Two caviar. Give us some of your Venmo caviar. Please no. What up, Iced Tea? What up, Iced Tea?
I knew it was going to cost a lot to keep him healthy so we can enjoy our golden years together. That's why it's so reassuring to know this administration capped the cost of insulin at $35. It's a big relief, and it means we have more to spend on enjoying our golden years.
Secretary Blinken was recently here. We had a candid conversation. I said I deeply appreciate the support the U.S. Secretary Blinken was recently here. Morning, guys. Hey.
You got Bubba live now. If you go through withdrawals later,
easy fix.
Get your fix at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the BRN.
Don't forget one-stop shopping. It can be for free. BubbaArmyHQ.com can cost you nothing. If you just want to listen to the show, and that's it, it's free. And it continually repeats on a loop. But there's two different levels of subscription, and which allows you to get into our archives and listen to old stuff, from Sirius, somewhat. Maybe I think we found some 98 Rock stuff in there.
Yes, we did.
Woo, Dan, you're closest to your brother. A little heavy on the aftershave today.
Woo. You just like it every time I walk in.
Dan, can you smell it?
I did smell it, but it didn't seem too heavy.
I somehow get a big.
You, so
don't get
it would
Seth,
actually be overpowering. If
Seth,
that's true, I'll lighten up.
Be honest, Seth.
You can.
I mean, it's nothing.
It's just the way I like to be clean and smell nice.
It's not anything noticeable.
If I smelled that strong, you would absolutely be bitching.
Dude, last time
You're giving him a Diaco pass.
Last time Jay walked
Diaco's got you on payroll.
Last time Jay came in here, that's true, but last time Jay came in here, he had a lot of cologne on. I think I even mentioned it. I might have been the first one.
Today is another day.
Today it's very faint, Bubba. Okay. It's very faint.
Maybe I just got the waft. Maybe I'm just in the right type of draft angle where I get a better
where the
waft.
door kind of wafts it past me right to you. Yeah.
Right.
What's your fan?
Let's
Your
not
fan
forget,
blows it
I
in.
have a fan.
Maybe
so
Seth likes it.
Well, hold on. I got a fan that's sucking, air from the back, and so it probably sucks some of Jay's air from opening the door, and then it just woofs right on me, and I feel like I'm wearing the same thing that Jay is.
Oh God.
So
the
anyway,
woof effect.
Jay, how you doing, buddy?
Excellent. How are you?
Good. Lummy, I wanted to talk about. I think this is kind of BB. I think this is kind of hanging Biden out to dry a little bit.
It is.
And now Kamala.
Well, I guess now about an hour ago, Kamala said she won't be at the Senate hearing.
Correct.
But she'll meet with him in private sometime.
That's what she's got to do. That's what she's got to do. So that, she needs to do all of the stuff that Joe is messing up on. She needs to come in on the backside. She could spend her entire campaign just unwinding all of his nonsense and would probably give her a better shot to win if she started doing the right thing. I had it ready to go, and then it gave me a buffering. Did you see that?
Yeah,
and now watch this. Now it's going to give me two. No, there it is. Okay, here we go. Hold on.
Secretary Blinken was recently here in Israel. We had a candid conversation. I said I deeply appreciated the support the U.S. has given Israel from the beginning of the war. But I also said something else. I said it's inconceivable that in the past few months, the administration has been withholding weapons and ammunition to Israel. Israel, America's closest ally, fighting for its life, fighting against Iran and our other common enemies. Secretary Blinken assured me that the administration is working day and night to remove these bottlenecks. I certainly hope that's the case. It should be the case. During World War II, Churchill told the United States, "Give us the tools, we'll do the job." And I say, Give us the tools and we'll finish the job a lot faster.
Nice. Great speech, first of all. And secondly, this is what Kamala and the Democrats need to know is he's handing you a softball for you to come in, repair these bottlenecks, get behind him. You know what today Kamala Harris should do? She should be immediately having a meeting, arranging a meeting with Bibi and get that bottleneck fixed and our supply lines and replenishing and helping Israel the best we can fixed. And then she should say, okay, my second order of business today is I'm firing Kim Cheadle.
Yeah, problem is she's pro-Palestine. She's not a true supporter of Israel in the open air.
Well, then
so she'll meet him in private, but she's not going to go stick her neck out. She has to ride that same fence that Biden has been riding between the Palestinian progressive supporters and those that support Israel, which are traditional liberal Democrats.
And after watching, I found it so amusing because it was
American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination
I got my big hair patch on
attempt at my rally.
But I'm just telling you right now, man.
You're right about what she should do.
If today she said,
but she won't.
I'm not the president, but Joe is. I met with the president and I suggested highly for the resignation of Kimberly Cheadle. And
what if she went down and started scotch taping the border? Would that be something that would be on par with firing her?
I think if she just visited the border and see how bad it is.
She was supposed to go to Texas, but she could go instead.
So I'm just saying, man. I mean, Kamala Harris, name your VP so that he has time to get on the trail with you. And I think the right choice is the person from Pennsylvania. You just have him just canvass Pennsylvania and just listen. If there's only one thing you need to do for me, I need to secure the Jewish vote, and I need to get Pennsylvania. Those are the only two things you got to do. Give me the Jews in Pennsylvania.
Josh Shapiro.
That's what I'm saying. So you name him now so that he has more time to get on the campaign trail with you. You then, get the BB deal handled, and then you fire Kim Cheadle. Everybody wants her fired. I can't tell you the last time that the House of Representatives have agreed so heavily on one thing.
Agree. It's amazing.
They all hate her. Democrats, women, men, Republicans, independents. Everybody started and stopped their conversations with, I think you need to hand in your resignation, and the president needs to fire you.
It's either ego or money that's keeping her there, because I would have left way before I subjected myself to what she went through yesterday.
Oh my God, it was brutal. I mean,
it was just it was the same thing every which way you could frame it,
except for the guy that brought the targets. I love that dude from there was a congressman.
Yeah, he said he went and played Cowboys and Indians on the roof.
There was a congressman that this Saturday went, Miss Cheadle, I'll tell you right now, I've only shot my AR-15 one time before.
Once, yeah.
I'm not a very good shot, but this weekend I went out and I shot it. What was it? 7 times with? Didn't he do
it was 15 or 16
Yeah, 15.
times.
Yeah, he hit it 15 out of 16.
Yeah.
But he did it 2 different ways. I forget how he said he did it. He did it like 7 ways with I don't know. I think he used 2 different scopes. I think he used a red dot scope and then he used just a regular sightline scope. Just because the intel is not coming back with what type of scope the bad guy had.
That's pathetic.
So, but no,
you know what I mean? That they don't even let us know the scope.
The whole thing was pathetic.
Right.
How many times was she asked? Just the simple question of how many casings were left.
Right.
Now, that's not a security breach of anything to do with that number in specific can have anything to do with any more, like give a bad guy some intel on how to kill, a person that's being protected. So just say they would say, Miss Cheadle, is it true that you do know how many cartridges were left on the roof? Yes. Would you be willing to tell us? No. Why can't you? Because I'm part of it. It's still part of an investigation. I can't. Why wouldn't you say, yeah, there was 7 cartridges?
Which all this does is fuels all these things that they're calling misinformation.
Right. And so, like, if they're like, what? Just give us that. There's 7 cartridges. Nanny poo poo. I just gave you some information that you guys have been 7.
She wouldn't even commit to if the results of the investigation reveal that people were derelict in their duty. Will you commit to firing them? She wouldn't even commit to firing people that made a mistake.
Did you see this too? And I don't know if we got it or not. There's so many clips. There's so many
AOC
clips.
stunned her.
Oh, hold on. Everybody signed up for it. And so
even Bobart did a good job.
Oh, Bobart nailed it. I got Bobart's testimony. I got all this testimony that I'm going to play here momentarily.
Play Bobart's twice.
But did you? Yeah.
That means 10 minutes of her.
Did you see? There was it was everything, and they all one
Nancy Mace went off on her.
Yeah, didn't she say bullshiz? And you're full of shiz.
Mm-hmm.
I think she wanted.
And here's the deal. I wonder if I can play that on the radio because it was said in Congress, broadcasted live over every network. I wonder if I could play the unedited on regular radio and not have to suffer any type of FCC violation due to the fact that it was in chambers of our Congress. How can that ever be? How could they ever, Jay, fine you for being indecent or, having a indecent, saying a word that's not allowed on regular radio, which is bullshiz. The shiz parts you're not supposed to say, but it was said in chambers during a governmental procedure. How could they say you acted? How could they ever fine you for that? Wouldn't you have one hell of an argument to say this was said by the government during a governmental hearing in a governmental office, broadcasted all over every major network?
If it was someone other than you, yeah.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't suggest that you do it if you were playing it live. Sure. Right now it's so easy to bleep it out. But yeah, it was on cable.
That's what they would say.
It was, Bubba knows better. He's thinking about it. They would just...
Bubba had a chance to bleep it. It's 24 hours old, bitch.
Yeah, but if you were playing it live, absolutely, 100%. It was on network television yesterday.
In fact, the guy that runs the show in the Congress, he had to yell at her, saying, Hey, Miss McGillicuddy, we need to have a certain amount of decorum.
It was like
and then
me
as soon
and
as
Dan.
he said that, I go, that sounds just like what Jay tells Dan.
It was exactly what I thought.
Me too. I heard the same exchange.
Listen, man, she right off the bat, did you see where 3 political and maybe, I don't know, there was Washington Post, but I forget I think the first Congress lady opened up by saying, how can 3 news sources have your opening speech that you weren't scheduled to give until 9 or 10 Eastern? How can at 6:15 there was 3 different sources, Lummy, that had it?
Yeah, and I think it was the lady that said the BS.
It was Nancy Mace.
Yeah.
It was her. She started out that way.
So 3 pieces of journalism, 3 recognized, well-respected pieces of internet journalism. They had her speech, her opening speech to Congress. The proceeding starts with the introduction of the guest, of who's testifying, and then they're given a certain amount of time for their opening statement. Then it gets into everybody asking her questions.
I sent you Nancy Mace back.
You did?
Yep.
And
she's kind of sexy.
She gave her the good setup. It was really well played because she's like, you're against leaks, aren't you? And she's like, yes. Okay, well, what about this morning?
See, women like to be bitches. They do. Women really, really, really like to be bitches, but they know they got to keep their bitch factor down sometimes because people don't like bitches.
Not in these things, man. You got to let the bitch fly.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying, Seth. Most of these women have to quell their bitchiness.
Yeah.
But when they have an opportunity to say, hey, listen, Miss Mace, there's nothing that you can say that the American public will hold against you. This bitch, you can go full bitch on her.
Because this is how these people get popular.
And when a woman goes full bitch on a woman,
Yep.
Oh man!
But this is how we see
how
the
bad- that's
future
how-
stars, like Elise Stefanik Stefanik, the one who cross-examined the Harvard people and wouldn't get to admit that anti-Semitism is hateful. That's how these people become famous. She'll be a future star of the Republican Party because she holds people accountable, or tries to at least, and puts on a good show.
Here we go. This is allow me.
Yes or no answer. Do you understand? Answers.
Now realize that this Cheeto bitch, after her opening statements, she just got straight grilled, except for one African-American bald-headed woman who said
DEI and racist.
Here we go. But man, this is some of the peppering that Kim Cheadle took yesterday. And you know what? I would have said? I would have said, hold on, Bubba Cheadle here. I'm done. I quit.
Yes.
Like, okay, make it stop. If you want any further questions, go talk to my attorney. I'm out. Listen, boom. Let me go ahead and find out what my parachute clause is. I'm sure I got some kind of big time contract here. I'm out.
She had a team of lawyers right behind her. If I was sitting behind
and guess
you,
what?
Bubba,
None of them told her to stop.
If you had said before that hearing, look, I want to try to fight this thing out, Jay, and I would have said, I disagree with that. But if I was sitting behind you, after about 10 minutes, I would have tapped you on the shoulder and whispered in the ear, hey, Bubba, I think it's time for you to resign right now. Let's get that guy out of here.
Okay. Should I ask for a bathroom break, or should I just say I quit?
Just say I quit.
Can you imagine? Hey, I want listen. I want to change my testimony. I quit, bitch. I quit.
Or I'd have like a double tap on the left shoulder. Doop, doop. Okay.
Most of my questions are going to demand a yes or no answer. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay, my first question.
Again, there's not a lot of times that a girl can go full bitch on a girl. Usually you have to use a certain amount of decorum. Kind of like, we have man law. They got lady law.
Yeah, they don't come off bossy.
Right. We got man law and they got lady law. And very rarely can you really just put the bitch factor to 100. Sometimes you got to dial it down for your fellow lady. You're taking care of your girl a little bit. Not here, buddy.
Both sides of the aisle today have asked for your resignation.
And I can't even tell you the last time anybody was able to say that. Both sides of the aisle. Like, very rarely do we all, they always disagree about something. Both sides of the aisle. The Democrats were just as mad as the Republicans because they know it's a dog and pony show, and they know that America is appalled by this action, and they know that and basically America wants Kim Cheadle to quit or get fired. In fact, they want Sleepy Joe to wake up this morning here in the next hour or two and go, you know what? I'm going to have a press conference at 1. I'm going to get rid of that Cheadle bitch. That'll help Kamal out a little bit, getting rid of her. She was made in the. I think her performance on Capitol Hill was worse than my debate. The only thing that was worse than my debate was her performance yesterday on the Hill. Get rid of her. Hell, look what happened to me. The debate made me I had to leave. This bitch got to leave.
You got Joe Biden as a cross between Bill Clinton. It's
an old Bill Clinton. And that's exactly what he is. That's exactly what Biden is an old Bill Clinton.
He wishes.
Would you like to use my 5 minutes to draft your resignation letter? Yes or no?
No, thank you.
This chick's got a little bit of sexiness to her.
She's pretty.
South Carolina, Hilton.
I like those. I like those little glasses down low like that.
Is she single? I noticed the MS in front of her name.
I don't know.
I think they all have MS.
No.
I saw somebody. Yeah.
Luna had misses.
It's Mrs.
This a colossal.
Somebody check.
Bobart had an MS. She's divorced, right?
Look at those, it looks like Mace has some decent. The podium's messing it all up, but it looks like she's got some jugs.
Failure.
It was a failure.
She got divorced.
Yes or no? Was it a colossal failure? Is the question. Yes or no?
I have admitted this is a terrible.
This is a yes or no series of questions. Was this a colossal failure? Yes or no?
Yes.
Was this tragedy preventable? Yes or no?
Yes.
Has the Secret Service been transparent with this committee?
Yes.
Lie.
Right.
Would you say the fact that we had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today as being transparent? Yes or no?
I have always been
yes or no. You didn't want to answer the question.
We had hold on. This is full bitch 10 right here.
Yeah.
This is full bitch 10.
Can you imagine coming home to her though?
No, but this is full bitch 10. when a bitch can interrupt a bitch, she just like, you know.
Issue a subpoena to get you to show up today. That is not transparent, by the way. You stated earlier.
You're testifying, Your Honor. She's testifying.
It's a little different, but yes, exactly.
I mean, if we were in civil court, you could say that,
That
right?
would have been the objection.
Testifying.
Secret Service is not political. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say leaking your opening statement to
This is the past.
Punchbowl News, Politico's playbook, and Washington Post several hours before you sent it to this committee as being political? Yes or no?
I have no idea how my statement got out.
Really?
Well, that's bullshit. So
hold on. I dumped it, but I didn't want to. She said it in chambers, live on TV. I think that would be
She did it great too. She stacked her papers, it made noise, and then she goes, "That's BS."
Isn't it possible? Dan, I mean,
She's
Dan, that
awesome.
might be a fine we might want to take just because, like, she might help us like get out of it. Be like, Miss Mace, we were just playing your testimony on on regular radio.
Well, they didn't find all the other stations.
They didn't find the other people.
Nobody.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record articles by Punchbowl News, Political Playbook, Washington Post, all done at 5:24 a.m., 6:12 a.m., 6:34 a.m., a solid 3 to 4 hours before this committee got your statement.
Without objection to ordered.
Okay.
So Jay, does that mean it goes on the record?
It's in the record. Yep.
So
it's like evidence in the file.
So that guy just said, "Yep, go ahead and stack it in."
Yep.
Right. All right.
Unopposed. That means no one in the Democrat Party yelled and bitched like they normally would.
Yeah, like normally, like objection.
Without objection,
Mr. Speaker. That is blah 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 blah. Then he would have to sustain or overrule, right?
Yep.
And this was lock it in.
Yep.
Nobody's saying nothing.
Service fully cooperating with our committee.
Yes.
Okay, you say you're fully cooperating with this committee. On July 15th, this committee sent you a list of demands of information that we wanted. Has the Secret Service provided this committee a complete list of all law enforcement personnel that were there that day? Have you done that? Have you provided a list to the Oversight Committee? Yes or no?
I will have to get back to you on that.
That is a no.
She looked like
How
Raphael.
about that, though?
The only person that's been more evasive in front of Congress was when Raphael Palmera went in there for the steroids. And do you remember? Every one of us saying, see, Mark McGuire used to be like, listen, I'm going to use this opportunity to learn and all this kind of deal. And Sammy Sosa pretty much just admitted to it.
No, he forgot English.
Sammy Sosa said he couldn't speak English.
Yeah, Sammy said he couldn't speak English.
He forgot.
I forget what Barry Bonds said.
I don't think he showed up.
Barry Bonds didn't show up. And then Raphael Palmera just said, you know what? I'm going to have to research that and get back to you.
Yeah.
Well, then there was no get back to you hearing. So he did the right thing. He did.
Have you provided all audio and video recordings in your possession to this committee, as we asked on July 15th? Yes or no?
I would have to get back to you.
That is a no. You're full of shit today.
Hold on. Again, I shouldn't have to.
that?
No, yes, I got it, but I shouldn't have to. That is so. Isn't it so powerful?
She's
when
awesome.
you have a woman that's in our government that's grilling another woman this hard.
Just controlling her. I just love to see somebody, anybody, woman or man, controlling a witness like this on live television in Congress. It's what I wish I could do every time I see a hearing.
But it's like it's so over the top. You could never treat a witness this way.
I wouldn't be wearing bright pink like Seth is right now with the Riddle OG shirt, which I wish I could wear. It actually the exact same color.
But what I'm saying is, like, you could never, if you had a witness that you were either direct or cross, probably you'd want to be this adversarial
be
cross. But you could never treat him this way.
Oh, I do in deposition all the time.
No, deposition. I'm talking about we're in open court here.
The courts wouldn't permit this.
Right. The judge would step in and say, Mr. Diaco.
Yeah.
Please.
Lighten up a little.
Yeah, come on.
We're just being complete.
He might even said Joe. He might even call you by your real name. Joe, come on now.
He would.
He might say Joseph. That's when you're a real
I don't think I've ever heard a judge refer to a lawyer by first name ever.
Really?
Yeah, no.
Is it usually just counsel or?
It's counsel or Mr. Diaco.
Mm-hmm. What's the worst you ever got chewed out by a judge before?
Believe it or not, it happened recently.
Really?
And
let's not mention anything.
No, a nothing burger hearing on something where I was trying to compel a deposition of someone live, and I don't know what I did. I just must have said the wrong thing, and it just set the judge off. And
did he tell you to approach?
Oh no, it was by phone.
Oh,
which
okay.
I hate phone.
Well,
I like in person.
that's strike number one because you're at
hearings.
you're at a very much an advantage when it's an in-person deal just by the way that you show.
I'm super respectful of the court, and it was.
But you show up like you got a good showing. You don't. When you show up, you're put together. You got a very expensive shoe. You got matching watch. You got matching shoes. You show well. Whereas some of these attorneys come up with might not even wear a jacket, like an illy, not form-fitted shirt. Disheveled with not very nice shoes. Like the in-person factor is definitely an advantage for somebody as smooth as you.
Nikki P. $100.
I appreciate that.
I mean, and that's kind of your gimmick. Like you're a dresser.
Well, it wasn't my gimmick. It's like, as a lawyer, before COVID, you have to present yourself as a professional. And so whatever my audience is, I change my appearance. And so if I'm before a judge in a court, I'm going to be in a perfectly fitted suit with a white shirt, a power tie, a very conservative
cufflinks.
I'm not going to be wearing a big old Gucci belt. I'm not going to be wearing big old Gucci shoes. I want them to listen to me and not be distracted by what I'm wearing. If anything, say, this is exactly what I expect a lawyer to look like and sound like. So, it's different than going
So the judge on your latest.
Oh, I don't want to say anything because it was just.
What did he say to you? Settle down?
No, he directed me to read a rule.
Oh, so Mr. Diaco, I'll read Rule 5-9 or 4-9 or 6-9.
It was basically, do I have to explain to you this? And I would, of course not, Your Honor. I apologize and I agree, and I'll that.
Did you go read the rule?
I know the rule. I know it all. And I think he realized in very quick order I wasn't doing anything.
Did it just get away from you a little bit?
Yeah, but how many times in hindsight I was thinking, God, man, that really sucked. And then how many times that happened to me in your case? Like a week?
Oh, every time.
Because after it happened, it'd been a long time since I've had
Judge
a
hated you, man. You were
that.
always getting your ass.
Judge was always as the day went on after that, I was like, I reflected on it for a couple of hours, and I was feeling like, what? This is just part of it.
The judge
and it
always
happens
got
all the time.
you, man. He was always getting on you. Never Greg, just you for some reason.
No, Steve went to one hearing, and afterwards he's like, how can you do this? And I said, that's every day.
Hold on.
Completely dishonest.
Yeah, Steve couldn't hack it. No way could Steve hack it.
Mr.
Chairman, I want to.
Come on.
We have to maintain decorum in this committee.
Dan's having flashbacks.
No matter how
Have you provided
upset we
any
get.
and all memos to this committee that we've asked you on July 15th? Have you provided all memorandums within the Secret Service?
I would have to get back to you on
that. That is a no.
Now, you know that her Miss Mace, her handlers are taking all of this testimony and making sure, Lummy, that all within her community and her, her area, her district, so to speak.
Oh, yeah.
Like they're buying YouTube ads and they're making this viral. You can geo-viral something by buying ads and things. So you want if you're Miss Mace and you did this good at dressing down who is arch enemy number one right now, who's public enemy number one. Kim Cheadle is public enemy number one. She's the baddest person. She's the most hated person right now than anybody.
In government, yes.
And so you can't get in trouble for dressing. You can go full bitch mode on this woman. Mm-hmm. And so you take the reason why every congressperson signed, the reason why they had 100% capacity. They very rarely have over 30 or 40% capacity on any type of hearing because they're not required to be there. You sign up for a hearing, but you decide up whether you're going to go or not. You can say I had a tummy ache. I didn't feel good. They don't hold these. Now they do keep attendance, and sometimes your opponent will use Mr. Clem only attended 7 out of 45 meetings. Like they can use it against you once you've signed up, but they had 100% capacity. That means every congressperson that spoke to Kim Cheadle yesterday was doing it because they knew that they could just literally unleash the wrath of God on her, and there's nothing that you could say or nothing that you could be too stiff upon that anybody would get mad at you. Nobody's going to get mad at you. And every one of them that spoke yesterday ended it with, you need to be fired. They flat out would say, you need to be fired or you need to resign, period. Except the bald-headed black lady.
Dishonest or lying? Like you're being dishonest here with this committee. These are important questions that the American people want answers to, and you're just dodging and talking around it in generalities.
I tell you, Miss Mace is pretty hot.
Yeah. And we had to subpoena you to be here, and you won't even answer the questions. We have asked you repeatedly to answer our questions. This isn't hard. These are not hard questions. Have you provided us all communications from the Secret Service related to that?
I can't wait to hear the police radios. She did say, I watched the whole thing. She did say that there was probably recordings of police.
No, I thought she said she came out and she said that they didn't have record of it. They did record it, but they don't have a record of it.
So
they lost the
recording.
Yeah, they lost the recording of it.
Asked for this information on July 15th. Have you provided any of this information that this committee has asked of the Secret Service? Any of it?
I'll have to get back to you.
Have you even read this
Rafael Palmero
letter that we sent you? Did you even read this?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, see what I would have done is say, then you know what? Tell me the first opening line.
Well, she only had 5 minutes, so she had to keep drilling.
But she's hitting her on it right now.
Said you don't know. You have no idea. The answer is no. We haven't gotten a single document or piece of information or data from you or your agency in related to the rally that we have asked you for. So, was this attempted assassination of Donald Trump a failure of training or execution or both?
I think that those are answers that we need to
training, execution, or both. Which one?
I think those are answers.
All right. How many Secret Service personnel have lost their jobs due to this colossal failure?
At this time, none.
How many Secret Service personnel have been required to take a refresher course on how not to let people shoot Donald Trump?
You know that's certainly going to be a soundbite that her local news affiliate used.
Personnel are currently operational. We are examining the facts of this investigation, and we will make the changes necessary.
What time did law enforcement become aware that there was an individual on the roof with a clear line of sight to President Trump?
I am still verifying timelines.
Of course, 9 days in, you have no answers. How many minutes went by between the time law enforcement saw and took photos of crooks and the shooting?
I didn't know that they had already pre-photoed him up and had sent it to Central Command of a person of interest. They already had taken a picture of him.
The snipers did.
No.
I thought
the cop on the ground.
Cops on the ground took pictures of him and sent it to what was their Command Central 59 minutes, or either an hour and 1 minute or 59 minutes prior to him snapping off the shots. They had already emailed their Central Command that this guy was a person of interest.
Minutes.
Why wouldn't you at that point go have somebody shadow him? Send a cop over there to kind of shadow him?
They said they tried. They lost him, though.
Talk to him.
I am still verifying timelines.
57 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back. Answers.
Right.
Most of my
questions.
questions.
When I come back, do you have the footage of the African American woman who blames it on Trump?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Is that what he does too? Does she blame it on Trump?
Well, no, she kind of blames it on the white Congress people there, and DEI hires and all that kind of stuff.
She blames it on the white people that are in Congress.
Yeah,
I can't play that fast enough next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
What is the
shooting one?
Yeah, this one?
That's the black lady.
Oh, I got it. I got that.
And then the shooting one is the last link I just sent you for the full one.
All right, guys.
This one? No. Bye, Danny.
All right, see you guys.
I'll text you in a little bit.
By the way, Seth, I wasn't trying to give you shit about your
Which
shirt.
one?
I wish I could wear it.
I think
You know
that's
what
this one right here.
I can't.
This one?
No, the
My
other
son,
one.
I gave it to him, but I said you can't wear it till next year.
This one.
Colorado.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman. I'm going to because it has to do with you. Secret Service.
It was definitely the coolest one he had.
This is
Ober from Colorado.
Thank
you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to continue down that vein.
Ober
from Colorado.
I just sent you the guy from Texas.
What's up, Big Lunger?
No, fuck. God damn it.
Benny Johnson?
No, hold on. Sorry, Bubba.
He's here. Gotta let him in the gate.
Who's here? Oh, okay.
Go in.
Just bring him right on, and we'll just have him sit at the microphone.
Okay.
Okay. Shut up. Totally forgot about that.
All right, I just sent you the bulletproof vest guy.
What up, Gripper Lips? How you doing, buddy?
I'm sorry, the shooting.
What up, boss?
Ryan Gilson.
What's up, Bubba fan?
How you doing, buddy?
I recognize as Mr. Fallon.
Yeah.
Chair now recognize.
I'll get my offense.
That's interesting. RWM Miami. I think you're probably right about that.
I have a nut for these. Just try to get up to it.
What up,
4G in
Jacob?
here?
Jacob, Fat Pig, Big
4G's on 4. What's it up?
Hello, man. How you doing?
Yeah, there's a button right here for coughing. You have to cough or something like that. There's a button and then your volume switch right there. Yeah.
Perfect.
What's up, Stop and Go Steve? How you doing, buddy? The Fat Pig. Steve Jenkins, Jersey. What's up, buddy? Jay Bowler. How y'all doing? DDP. What's up, Nick?
All right, Nick. Let me get my body hair shaved off.
Lummel's divorce lawyer. You're the man. What's up, buddy?
Thanks, Matthew. I'm trying, man.
What's up, Facebook Willie?
Jamie Flynn, what up? J-Dog, what up?
What's up, Jay Bowler?
D. Tim, England. Good morning, buddy. Highway 73, what up? Johnny Z. Fradley, what up, buddy? Highway 73, what up?
What's up, OOG7? You've been going 843, Bob.
Steve, good morning, buddy.
Going fucking crazy. I'm on Twitch.
Charger?
Yeah.
That's a rough job.
Sweet.
Fucking
This
Twitch.
one we're on right here, the Secret Service Director roasted.
Yep, exactly.
So 4G, you worked at RNC, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mitch. How you doing, buddy?
Where did you stay in Milwaukee?
Man.
Do they have your job?
Milwaukee, but everything, the whole place was sold out.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, how did you pull?
I had finessed it. I stayed at the Holiday Inn Express for a measly $800 a night.
For a holiday.
Hold on. Was it 800 a night?
Yeah, like $740 plus tax.
The one out by the airport?
Yeah.
That sucks.
They had everything, the whole place. I mean, it took like 50 minutes walking to get there every day too, because you couldn't get no cars.
Oh, it's far away. It's far away. Here we go.
What up, Mitch?
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Missed part of the show? We got you covered at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to Bubba Live Worldwide.
4G Auto Blow, friend, newfound friend of the show. Well, I don't know if I can work with you anymore, 4G. You don't have near the power you used to. By the way, I'm being a complete smartass by saying, isn't it just absolutely mind blowing on how fast they can just take your world away. All the stuff you've worked for, all the songs that you've made, they're all originals, so you get paid and there's no monetization issues. I don't think you get any I don't think you get any copyright strikes because I think Vanilla Ice gave you the rights. And so I'm saying all of the songs and one of your gimmicks is that you do you're obviously pro Trump, you're pro MAGA, but your rap songs also represent that. And you got a huge presence on all the platforms. And one of the probably bigger platforms that you have and more impressive was your mayor of MAGAville. Mm-hmm. That's where Ice, Trump baby, and just all. I mean, what have you done? Maybe a total of 15 total songs, if not more.
For Trump, over thousands of videos. So right now, my videos are being held because of a copyright infringement. They're saying with the song "Trump Baby." So once, if you watch the RNC this weekend, Donald Trump played my song.
Nice.
Or the RNC, played my song. I would say. We don't want people coming at Trump saying they used it for a commercial. Someone at the RNC, which is they played my song live, Trump Baby, and right when DeSantis walked off the stage.
But isn't it even a sad state of affairs where you have to cover Trump or whoever you almost have to cover Trump's ass just because he wanted to play your song at the RNC. You automatically got to insulate him so he doesn't get in trouble. Why should there be any problem with any of it?
The biggest problem that I have with the situation is in 2016, I remade the same beat on a song called Vanilla Sprite with me, Rick Ross, and Vanilla Ice. No labels ever contacted me. I mean, obviously the song was about, security of my cousin. So he paid me $20, so I let me bring my gun in. It talked about lean, talked about drugs. It was just a regular rap song. Never had an issue. All Sony did was just hit it with a 50% copyright claim because of obviously the Under Pressure beat that was in it. So then this time now I remade the song Trump Baby. I sent it to Vanilla Ice. He looked at it. He's not really political, but we're friends. We got other songs together. And, I was told that he owned 100% of the song, So I went off that, being told that, and put the song out. And the song started going viral. I came in here to talk to you guys. It went
viral.
And the song was everywhere. Once they played it on the RNC, though, it's a different level of viral.
Oh, yeah, it's a different level. Hold on.
Level of scrutiny.
And it's also a different level of, hold on, and I hate to be, don't get mad at me, but it's a different level of hate.
Facts.
I mean, it's a different level of, okay, we'll let this guy fiddle-faddle around with his little YouTube channel, but the minute that it's on that large of a stage, now here comes the trolls, here comes the haters, here comes the cancel culture, here comes the Karens, and you know what? They're gonna shut you down, and they did.
Yeah, so
they shut your ass down.
The next biggest thing that I had, I woke up to the video getting a copyright strike from Sony. So okay, I was like, all right. So I called my producer instead of arguing with them. I said, take out the dun 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 dun. Under Pressure. So they took it out, sent it back. I put the song and the video back out. It jumps back up to the top 10 on iTunes again, and the video starts 25,000, 30,000. That's going crazy. Then 3 hours later, you get a copyright strike again on my phone while I'm inside RNC. But it's so frustrating. You guys know when you're out here at an event, you're doing a show and then you keep getting the stuff you can't do away from your computer. It's driving you crazy.
Yeah, because you don't have your computer. You're out, you're out on the streets, so to speak. So all you got is your phone capabilities with regards to going to the back end of YouTube and trying to do the disputes and request a review and all the nonsense. But, basically, in my opinion, is because of the Trump baby that was played at the RNC, you got on somebody's radar, and they're just trying to shut you down.
Yeah, I know whose radar it is, to be honest with you. And I got some lawyers working on it right now. I got a lot of things going on. So when I took
is it a soft pack or a person or a group?
It's a person that is actually a very high up person in the music industry that I did some digging at one time.
So hold on, a high person on the music industry.
Yeah.
Right, who's probably considered liberal?
Very liberal. Their whole thing got the black, square from 2 years ago. They got George Floyd all over their Instagram.
And they don't like you.
Nope.
Because you're a white boy that's rapping for Trump. At the end of the day, if you break it all down, that's what you are. You're a white boy
rapping for Trump.
Rapping for Trump. That's it.
So then when I took it out, I took the samples all the way out, put the song back out a day and a half ago. The video has no more sample in it. It's a brand new version. Shoots back up the iTunes charts. Now they say it's not the beat. The hook sounds like Ice Ice Baby. They said Trump Trump Baby and Ice Ice Baby are too close. Well, that's fair use. You know, you could say Trump Trump Baby. You could say
anybody
Ice Ice
who
Baby.
knows anything about fair use like I do,
yes, you do.
That is fair use.
So,
Absolutely.
You know, I have a lawyer.
Fair
looking
use
into
in the
it.
marketplace.
So the biggest problem is that Sony went to my distribution company, right, and hit me with the copyright and the not a lawsuit, copyright infringement on them as of right now, which the distribution company looked through my catalog of type of music I'm making, and guess what they did? Let's delete all of his music for 15 years. So they took down every song off my distribution company.
What?
Right? So yeah, so now it's more than my YouTube videos gone. Now all my songs that I ever made to sell online are gone, and they're slowly coming down. Like right now, if you go to iTunes, it says my last album was 2022 because they're in the process right now of taking
They're in the process of their algorithm taking it all out.
Everything down. So
they've thrown their. You know what? I wouldn't even say that it's an algorithm. This is being done manually by people that have you in their target. Somebody has been told that to take these songs down. Somebody that's very powerful in the music industry, that's very liberal, and hates the fact the type of art that you're creating goes against his political beliefs. And I thought I was canceled, but oh my God, 4G, I can't begin to tell you from a person that, you know, a lot of my bills and a lot of my infrastructure is directly related to digital. You know, like you. You do. This is your livelihood. And just with just pissing off the wrong person because your song was good enough to be played at the RNC has crumbled your entire world.
Yeah,
and it has nothing to do with you having a beef with this person, you ever speaking about this person, you doing anything directly to this person. This person just doesn't. You're guilty of having the wrong political affiliation and rapping about that candidate. That's what you're guilty of.
And right now I'm trying to, work it through right now with the lawyers and get everything going. But at the end of the day, man, these people,
why should you need lawyers when just 3 days ago your songs are thriving? They're within the standards of these particular platforms, and now all of a sudden they're all gone, and you gotta hire attorneys. What?
Well,
I don't understand.
The biggest problem I'm saying though is like we got 15 weeks to an election, so they think, okay, we'll drag this out 15 weeks. It's not going to matter.
They're trying to censor it.
So what I'm about to do is just come back harder, but I'm going to come back harder a different way. But at the end of the day, it's like these social media companies, they have way too much power. They can literally sit now. Back in the day, if you would sample, like say Vanilla Ice, for instance, they're still chasing him about that song, right? For years, back in the day, they couldn't do much. Now, the guy sitting there calls, hits the button, delete.
Oh, yeah, click.
Delete.
Click.
Delete.
Unpublished.
I can't find it right now.
Not available.
I just tried to look it up, Trump Baby. You can't find it.
So
it's gone.
Notwithstanding of what you're going through, and I just can't begin to tell you how sorry I am, but if you're the first person that we'd be able to talk to besides Alex Stein, who got thrown out of the RNC. So you're the only person that we know was at the RNC the entire time and didn't get thrown out. How was it? Was it pretty good? It looked like it had a pretty good vibe about itself.
I think it was one of the best events for Trump or for the Republican Party I've ever been to. Look, it's a 4-day event. Now, usually an event like that, if it says, okay, Trump's going to be speaking on Thursday, right? You would usually see Trump on Thursday, right? And he would come out there.
That's it.
Trump was there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. He was there.
In the back, just hobnobbing with people?
Walking through, showing love. But, look, man, they just try to assassinate our president. So he was really taking in, I think, all the people that – I think it has a lot to do with how my song was played also. Trump has, was sitting back looking who really has his back, who's really been supporting him. And I think what they showed that night was what they're moving forward with the party for 2024, and they included me by playing my video.
I sent you the video, Bubba. I'm saying of them playing at the RNC.
And,
you did?
Yeah.
All right.
And
the
I
Walking
think,
Journal.
I think, at the end of the day, Trump sat back, and realized, just if he was taking anything for granted, his supporters, or he's not saying he was, but if he was just in there like taking it in, spending time with his grandkids, seeing all the different people who really got his back since day one.
Speaking of his grandkid,
watching everybody.
we got a countdown going on for
Kia,
for Kai.
I think at the end of the day, he was just really enjoying and soaking in the moment. I mean, look at his speech.
Now, what would you do? Like say, what day did you get there?
I was there Monday.
Right, and so what does a guy? Now, were you fully credentialed?
I hustled my way all the way everywhere the whole time.
So you were there when he walked in, the first triumphant walk-in?
Yeah.
I mean, it was like a UFC thing. What was that like, that moment?
It was just.
Where were you when he first walked in?
On the floor.
On the floor?
Yeah.
All right, this is when they played it at the convention?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Donald Trump, baby. America needs saving. America needs saving.
Now
But see,
look
that
at that.
video-
Look
that-
at that turnout, though. That's like the Pistons are playing.
Facts. Well, what's crazy is the video that's on my Instagram. The way it comes in is Ron DeSantis literally speaking. He walks off the stage like that right there is through the end of the song.
And they hit it.
He hit it. Got Trump standing up. Everyone's clapping. And this is what they hit. So
November 5th, we going crazy. November 5th, we going crazy. Now I pledge allegiance to vote for Trump. There's a red wave coming, you gon' surf for what? And God I trust to take the devil away. Like Joe Biden up and throw the key away.
And probably for a lot of people here at the convention, this is the first time they've seen this.
Well, yeah, I would say that. And also, you got to look. There's every news station in America recording live and promoting.
Exactly.
So you're going live on Fox.
And that's why you're canceled
ABC.
today too. CNN blew a call in.
Yeah, everybody's in it.
CNN's behind your woes, my friend.
But the biggest thing is, though, them taking down the whole entire catalog.
I know.
Because of this song.
Stuff that didn't even relate to Trump.
No, they took down all my music since day
You're
one.
canceled. Blackballed. Done. I know the feeling.
I demand reparations from every idiot that voted for Joe Biden, boy, period.
Got a pop. Hey, did you hear the song Get a Pop?
The media is the enemy of the people. The Democrats and the fake news hosts.
And do you know how many people that like, man, I need to go to iTunes and go get that song. I didn't know it existed, but man, type in Trump baby, do a search on and then download Willie. Did your sales go up?
Yeah, everything jumped up, but I mean
a lot.
Even there, I mean, the tweets are from the weekend that I was the most famous person on the floor taking pictures besides Donald Trump, and it's usually like that. I take a lot of photos, but this was almost to the point where I was making people take group photos and texting to each other, and I never.
Poor G says I don't got enough time to do one at a time, so let's do groups of 10 here, bitch, so I can get y'all handled.
No, I was there. I stayed there and took a picture with everybody
Groups
that
of
wanted
10.
one, but we were getting groups of 10, like,
Groups
for
of
real.
10, bitch.
Because when they played that song, it was crazy.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you're the man when they play this song. All 16,000 people want to meet you. So anyway, obviously that has caused you. It was great. That's great. That's awesome. I mean, couldn't ask for a better push, but it pissed off some very powerful people that have pretty much, I think, they've canceled you.
Yeah,
I mean, are
are
you canceled?
Yeah, I've been canceled, but this is a different type of cancel. Now they're
This
muting.
is next level cancel.
Yeah, this is like the muting. You know what I mean? Muting, taking you all the way out. They're thinking, okay, let's just do this to him. Whatever he fights it in court for 15 weeks.
Like almost like the Alex Jones of music.
Yeah, because look, they only got 15 weeks to election, so they're like, no matter what he does, you spend $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 on a lawyer. We don't got to do nothing for a couple months, no matter what.
Man.
The election will be over.
Yeah.
So this is what they're trying to do. This is, I'm going to start throwing a lot of live concerts and different events for Trump like I always do. But, I'm working on something right now that puts my new album out.
Well, let us
off my website.
Let us promote you, my friend.
Oh, always.
Let me do some words. We'll come back. We might as well keep 4G in here. Get his opinion on all this nonsense.
Oh, I'm sure he's
got an opinion about Kim Cheadle.
For sure.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got an opinion about that.
Oh, yeah.
So back in a minute. Stay by.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
YouTube, they banned my whole thing. So right now, they're pending my third copyright strike. that I'm fighting. So once they ban that, they're gonna take everything down.
Then you're done.
They started pretty much taking everything completely down.
So then you gotta change your name and you gotta get a new phone.
Now at that, now listen, 4G. At that point, do you gotta literally start over?
Yep. For the 10th time.
For the what?
For the 10th time. This will be the 3rd time on YouTube. The biggest problem is with this ban of them deleting my music from the distribution companies. They deleted all my artist music because I released their music. So it'd be like you guys having your podcast going up, right? And then them banning your podcast distribution. But all the other people that come in after you are on that same distribution, and all their podcasts are gone.
Oh.
So that's just the biggest problem. You know what I'm saying?
So they cut those guys' legs off.
4G, that really sucks, bro. That's fucking horrible. That's fucking horrible. And you know what? There ain't shit you can do about it. I mean,
I have one idea, but it's like,
be careful.
Huh?
Be careful.
I have one idea. We're not live, right?
Yeah, we're live.
I got one idea. I'll tell you that when we're done.
Okay. Tell me when we're off air. Or when we go out in the hallway.
I got a bunch of different ideas what I'm gonna do, and they're already getting put in the thing. It's just I got a couple other plays. I guys got to reach a couple people. You know, I'm a one-man army, man. Like, you know what I mean? I need an army. I need a Forgiato army. That's what I need. I need the Forgiato army.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, Forgiato is just really Forgiato. Even like at the, my credentials, at something like RNC, they changed every day. It's just whatever big wig walks in beside me, which all the way led to one of the biggest runners of the whole RNC met me at the
Did you see Hogan?
Yeah, I saw him there.
The hell!
Fell out. I was reading.
Yeah.
Slippery fingers, Bubba.
Man, slippery fucking fingers.
Got a hot mic.
Yep.
The Bubba Army got me. I appreciate that.
Nicky Peel, thank you, buddy.
People said why they do that to not Tom, Dax, or Adam, because they don't ever say Trump's name. And Tom McDonald, I mean, at one time he was kind of like an I would say, Republican and Trump rapper. And the difference between me and these people is I'm actually at the rallies. I'm actually rapping and playing the music.
I've never
This is
been
a
in
big
anybody's
difference.
crosshairs, so.
I just can't believe it.
Or they, they got the right people. You know what I'm saying? That is, like, they're not extreme with it. They didn't take it all the way there. I would say with their wording, but it's a difference when you actually go to the rallies and go to all the support systems and you've been at January 6th and all that type of stuff. It's a different type of.
Well, you're a true supporter for sure.
Yeah, it's a difference of just rapping about it and actually being there. So that's the difference.
And the thing about it is, even if you're on the level of having,
And I think they did take Adam Calhoun's his Facebook.
Were you surprised when they were playing your song?
Yeah, I'll be real with you. I mean, they give me a lot of support, but I thought that was, being aired everywhere on national TV and stuff. I was surprised.
Oh yeah, I didn't know they played the video because we just heard snippets, but that was really cool.
I gotta watch this version of it. It's crazy, man.
I can't.
What up, Kostika?
When we were kids, they were allowed to do parody and fair use. I don't understand. Why isn't this a parody too? You know what I mean, Bubba? I mean, Weird Al Yankovic could take the Michael Jackson song, the most popular song.
It is a parody. But it's a parody that's pissed off the wrong.
But you know what I mean? It's like how Michael Jackson couldn't stop that shit.
This how they.
Weird Al Yankovic got to do whatever he wanted. I think it's hard. I don't think there's a difference because it's bullshit censorship.
You know what I'm saying? It was a big time they played that. Our time.
Right after Ron, they were there.
People needed to cool down after Ron.
Yeah, that was a great cool down.
This is a good story to talk about too, right here.
We could get those salami.
Me and Dana White, he tried to take my Trump chain.
You should have sold to him for triple what you paid for it.
I did. They brought it back to me. They tried to buy it.
You could have made it cool.
Pouring ourselves out one download at a time. BubbaArmyHQ.com. Enlist today. The BRN now continues.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. JD Acco, 4G Auto Blow. Lummy, me, Seth, Brett, Macho Man, Bubba Clem. Today's after show will be Clem and Kush. Hard telling how that'll go. I'm in a pretty good mood today, though, so I think it should be good. Seth, and you seem to be in a pretty good mood.
Yeah, I'm great.
Yeah. 4G Auto Blow, we're going to cover a couple stories, and I'm sure you'll have your opinion. That's how we roll. We play a story, then we all kind of pick it apart. This is, did you get a chance to see Kim Cheadle yesterday? Any of that testimony?
Yeah, that was crazy both ways. They were really going at her. I was surprised they were going at her so hard.
When's the last time that you ever saw them all get along where they all jumped on the same meat? Like they were just, very rarely do they ever just want to jump on the same carcass and go crazy on it. And they went crazy on her. It didn't matter what your political affiliation is, man. They were lockstep together, except for this one woman, right?
Yeah.
Is this the one right here?
Sure, no, recognizes Mr. Fallon.
No, this is the bullet, the shooting guy.
That's the bullet guy.
The old guy with the glasses. I saw him earlier. He was going crazy when I was watching.
Oh, here we go. This is it right here, let me.
Yeah, she kind of just doesn't talk about it really.
We should talk about gun violence.
No, DEI stuff.
She's the only one.
MTG, that's my homie.
No one, absolutely no one should fear for their life. At a political rally, in a classroom.
I will have to tell you this, man. Not a lot of women can pull off the bald hair gimmick. She does. I mean, she does look feminine.
She ain't no Amber Rose.
And she can pull it off.
In a faith house or in their home. We must do something about political violence in all its forms and gun violence in all of its forms. Now, Director Cheadle, you have noted that numerous investigations are ongoing related to the Secret Service response and that we can expect a report in the next 60 days. With the election nearly 100 days away, that is an unacceptable timeline, and it makes people less safe.
All right, so
it also allows...
That's shocking.
My colleagues are...
Yeah, so that's a dig.
That's shocking from her.
Across the aisle, Republicans additional time to spread dangerous misinformation.
Oh, so they're saying that's plenty of time. I mean, that's, but the only reason that my homies on the other side of the fence want it is so they can shove it right up our ass.
Yeah.
Which also puts people in harm's way. Some Republicans have exploited this moment to continue to attack progress towards racial...
You're like, hey, listen, sister, we finally got a topic that we can all agree upon. Why do you got to be the one person that's being a dick about it?
Justice and gender equity in America. Disappointing, but not surprising.
Man, Cheadle needs to go see Dan and get that witch wart off of her nose.
That's a distraction,
Dan can carve that up and stitch that up nice, look good. But Dan wouldn't work on her. So he would cancel her cancellation. He would tell Jennifer, I'm not working on that bitch.
I hesitate to repeat their racist and sexist tropes, but in some...
Dan would actually cut it off and put it on the end of her nose.
Republicans have wrongfully and shamefully stated that hiring women and people of color hindered the response to the shooting.
That's a lie.
Now, this is part and parcel of Republican strategy to constantly...
No. They didn't say that. They said some DEI, the current DEI practices have put some positions at a disadvantage. Rather than to hire like the best candidate, like I just told you an example last week. I know of a guy that was a former Army Ranger that spent 8 years in the military, enlisted when he was like 20 years old. On the after you do one term, they ask if you want to sign up for another, and he signed up for it. So he did 2 terms. They came to him at 28, 29, said, "Hey man, do you want to do another 4-year? Because you commit in 4-year increments with the military." And he was like, "No, you know what? I built up a little bit of a pension and some benefits, and I want to get out because the military is not what it used to be." And so he applied. Now, here's a guy that's 29 years old. He applied to be a Secret Service agent. He's former Army Ranger, 29 years old, 6'3".
There's your candidate.
210 pounds. And they said, no, You're overqualified. We are looking for women and African Americans only. That's what the Secret Service told an Army Ranger with 8 years of military experience, 6'2", 210 pounds. Doesn't matter his ethnicity. That's his statistics. That's the first guy I'm hiring to be an agent.
You know, they said a lot of people that were there that day actually weren't even Secret Service.
Oh, really?
Yep, that came out that a lot of people who were there helping Trump, protecting Trump.
Well, a lot of them were outside agencies.
Yeah, a lot of them
They patchworked it together with a bunch of outside agencies, and they weren't even on the same radio channel.
They pretty much just said everybody.
A congressperson asked that yesterday. They didn't even have the same radio channel. They had to radio to a command center. Then the command center would have to, like the local guys would have to radio to a command center. Then the command center would have to try to get a hold of the Secret Service. That's how this guy slipped through the cracks. Because all the local people found him, and when they relayed the information to the not so official way to get word to the Secret Service, caused this guy to slip through the cracks. They all been on the same radios and just said, "Hey, I got a guy here with a backpack. I already took a picture of him 5 minutes ago." And then, all right, well, go ahead and obtain or detain him so we can ask him some questions. Oh, he's got an AR-15 with him. We can't let this guy on top of this roof. I mean, this could have been stopped at minute 58.
Necessary diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts to undermine the contributions that women, people of color, the disability community, and others make to this country.
I don't think anybody said that a African-American woman was the cause of the catastrophic failure of the Secret Service during, was it July 15th or 13th?
13th.
J13.
I don't want to hear about J6 no more.
J13, bitch. About to get mine.
Everyone was so careful with the way they couched their criticisms of the Secret Service. No one said, "Oh, there shouldn't have been women." They said things like, "The person wasn't of significant enough stature to protect the president." That woman did as well as she could do, but she was 5'7". I could not protect him. I could not protect Trump.
In Magaville, they were saying no women should be there.
I know that.
But one thing, there was no black. The word black is never in it.
No.
That's what they're just throwing black in.
Disgraceful. In the wake of gun violence and tragic loss of life, Republicans are ignoring solutions like gun safety reform and instead trotting out sexist tropes.
If I was following her, I'd be like, "Congratulations, Miss what's this woman's name? Congratulations, Miss McGillicuddy. You're the only one, Democratic or Republican, that's tried to make this into a political thing. We're here talking about this woman's derelict of duty of being the head of the Secret Service and the things and the questions that we have that she refuses to answer, and we're calling for every one of us are calling for her firing or for her to resign. Congratulations. You're the only one. Your dress your dress is all right. I like that. I like that little flower print, green, black over black. That's nice.
Bamboo.
I like it. I like the bamboo dress. But you know what? You're a horse's ass because you're the only one. You're the only one that made this about politics, race, and prejudice, and rather than to make it for what it really was, and it was a dereliction of duty and a bunch of missteps. Congratulations, because you just got outvoted out 99-1. Even your Democratic constituents think that you're a fool right now, and that you're sitting here, gaslighting the other party just because you signed up for this committee. You're not addressing the true problem here. You're just gaslighting the Republicans. You idiot.
Oops.
Okay, guess what? Sinead O'Connor called, wants her hairdo back.
Can't say I'm surprised. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record reporting from CNN titled "Right-Wing Media Figures Blame Women in Secret Service and DEI for Security Failure in Trump Shooting."
Without objection to order.
This article quotes members of Congress and others that plainly accuse DEI and the hiring of women as a liability for the Secret Service. Women have been an integral part of the agency since 1971 and are held to the same standards as their male counterparts. To use them as a scapegoat during a time of crisis.
Listen, bitch. All you got to do is with your own eyes see that the women of this detail, they didn't do anything wrong. They just aren't big enough to cover a 6'4" man.
Nikki Perry, Rainey Hall.
They had their
50.
hand up, like their hand was bulletproof. You saw when they were walking with him.
Yeah.
They were on Trump's shoulders, pads, and then they had their hand up by his head, his ears.
So, like, like the women didn't do anything wrong. They just aren't big enough. Sometimes you got to send a man in to protect a 6'4", 240-pound man.
It's like you guarding, Patrick Ewing.
Right.
Is shameful, and it is dangerously divisive.
Ayanna Pressley's...
It's like me guarding Patrick Ewing.
Patrick Ewing.
Well, her point is that DEI produces the best and brightest women, and the poster child for the problem with DEI is sitting right in front of her face.
Right.
In fact, based on recent...
Listen, DEI is great, and there might be some agencies in the government that DEI really works for. But I don't know if Secret Service needs to be DEI compliant.
Well, the question is this the most capable person in the whole United States to run the Secret Service? The answer is a resounding no.
Wasn't she friends with the people that she got?
Yeah, Jill Biden.
Yeah, hold on. She was on Jill Biden's personal team. She was Jill Biden's lead agent when Jill Biden was the vice president wife.
Right. And, when your mission
and Jill Biden told her, listen, since that maniac Trump won, go take a job in the private sector for 4 years. And if we happen to win 2020, I'll bring you back as the director. That's how it went down. So she went and worked for Pepsi for 3.5, 4 years. Joe won. Of course, Jill runs the show. Jill told Joe who the hell is going to be the head of the Secret Service, and boom. That's how it worked. I don't know if those questions were ever asked yesterday, but that's what history will show. She was on Jill Biden's personal detail.
They're supposed
and they were
to have
very, very, very good friend. That's almost borderline nepotism.
Yeah, if you take the female out of it, the whole idea of the Secret Service is a zero-fail mission.
Right.
That's the whole motto of the institution. And when you fail so horribly that the president gets literally shot in the head,
did you see?
Why don't you just resign? You suck. You're terrible.
See where? Here's the best data of all. I've seen many people go. Miss Cheadle, are you familiar with the Ronald Reagan attempt assassination, where they did get a bullet in Ronald Reagan? Yes. Do you know what happened to the Secret Service director the next day? No, he quit.
She didn't know that.
She didn't know that.
That's ridiculous.
He quit. The guy I think the Secret Service director for Obama. Because somebody tried.
He hopped the fence with a knife.
Yeah, they got in the front door or something like that.
Yeah,
close to the front door.
He jumped the fence of the 1600 Pennsylvania, got up to the front door.
Yeah, like the steps.
And, maybe opened the door, but got smoked right there. That the head of the Secret Service got fired because you know why? Barack Obama had some balls. You know why? Ronald Reagan had some balls. They're going to be like, you know what? If you guys are so inept that people are going to get that close to me, I got balls enough to fire you. I'm a man. I got enough inner fortitude to be able to say, you're fired. You're fired. I don't know why that would save Kamala if Kamala would put her big boy pants on right now.
They both would be getting political currency out of that.
You know how good that would look if Kamala says, I just want to let you know that I just spoke to Joe and let her do it. Let her do it.
Where's he at?
We're fired. Joe and I are firing Kimberly Cheadle today.
Well,
effective at noon today. And Joe.
The big joke is that Joe Biden has only fired one person in his administration, and that was himself.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Colorado.
Phone call only him and Kamala heard.
He didn't sound
They was at a little thing, or a little press conference or something, or some shit. But people said that it was either.
They're gonna. This is what people don't get. This is all pre-planned. It's not like they sat around and said, no. They said, look, we're gonna let Trump spend all this money that he's been spending, and the party put all this focus on Biden again. He's not even our candidate. I've been saying it's gonna happen. They switched him out like they were gonna do. Kamala's not gonna be the candidate either. I don't think.
I think she's locked in. I don't think they can change it now.
Obama still hasn't supported her, so
I don't know. I feel like they're going to do some switcheroos at the DNC.
They said technically they said that she would have enough delegates now.
See, but I don't understand.
I'm not worried about her. I would be more worried about Joe Biden. Honestly.
Yeah.
Michelle Obama, I'd be worried about. I'm not worried about Kamala.
No. She's just another face.
I went to
of the
school.
Biden
I
administration.
went to school with Montel Williams' daughter, Ashley Williams. She went to school with us.
Oh, that one that was in that video.
The one
on the red
yeah.
carpet.
Yeah, I went to school with her.
Hey, Colton, just sent back a picture of him and Larry Plummer.
Oh, nice.
Maybe Larry got word there was some weirdo in the park and had to go get him. You know what I'm saying? Word travels fast in Warsaw, Lummy. So just take one. Him asking one person there. He called the police.
Some weird guy video in the park.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it every time is awesome.
Yeah,
my
Trump.
brother met him once about 20 years ago doing boxing business.
What I tell people all the time is like meeting someone you look up to, your idol or something like that, without their cape on, and they're just who they are.
Yeah.
Usually, like, I don't like this person, not who they are. Trump was everything. I thought he was gonna be.
Yeah.
Like, Trump was super
what my brother
cool,
said.
humble, like respect.
Talk like a regular man.
Yeah, Trump. That's why he goes to Harvard. Trump.
That's awesome.
But at the end of the day, this goes to our country. It's like it's illegal to support the country. If I rapped about trans rights, Black Lives Matter, if I was they would say
It's all good.
No, but if I was going super hard for all that too, it wouldn't be a problem.
No, they wouldn't take it.
You know what I mean? Or if I was just rapping about degenerate stuff and strip clubs and girls and women, they wouldn't care either. Let them did it. Or if you're just rapping that's not making it past the people, right? The biggest problem is when you get something on TV like that, it goes to other people that see it.
That's why they didn't like Amber Rose.
Yeah.
Because, a lot of those people were sitting afterwards going, we don't know who she is, but she's more famous than all of us, and she touched a whole demographic that don't know anything about politics.
That's why I get on a lot of people, we need new voters, and a lot of people, they were judging Amber Rose, before she was in my video and they did that speech. She has more Instagram followers than Donald Trump has.
She got 23 or something, right?
25 or something million followers, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you gotta respect somebody like that, and I just hope they don't cancel her.
They're trying. I guarantee you they're trying.
Take her pages down, that's what they'll do. They silence you. All we got is X, but if I'm just putting my same videos on X to my same family and same people every day that's in the MAGA movement, it's not going on
You're not getting
the
the same
station.
reach.
So once that was played at the RNC, the reach was so big, it took everything. They nuked it. And the election's in 15 weeks, so good luck trying to fight us in 15 weeks. Cool. We got the copyright infringement, we got the paperwork. Even if I had the paperwork to use what I used, yeah, they have a month or two to look at, our lawyers are checking
Still takes a while. Yeah.
Next thing you know, they put it out and the election's over.
Right.
And it's like, enjoy your pro-Trump song for the election after the election.
It's frightening, actually, man. It's scary because I've been watching you for years.
Yeah, it's crazy how they do it, but I'm not stopping. Figure it out.
Yeah. I even can't believe that every time you reinvented that song with less and less of the what's potentially objectionable shit, they
Now
still
there's
took it
nothing.
down. I mean,
Now
you can't even just say the words Trump, Trump, baby. That's it. That's nuts.
This is my text thread now of Vanilla Ice, and if you look at it, this is from Sony. While we appreciate you removed the sample, our team reviewed the video and found that the chorus did still sound like Ice Ice Baby. For this reason, we had to remove it. This is the third. I'm like, now they're saying, you know what I'm saying?
What?
Now
put up a Trump soundbite.
because there's a lot of people involved in that.
Orange.
I see it.
You're fired. Get out of here.
Were you sleeping in and missed the first hour of the show?
Are you ready?
Don't worry, it's all at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
JD Acco and 4G Auto Blow. Well, Jay's here every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. 4G Auto Blow is going through some hell right now. He's a friend of the show. Now, 4G Auto Blow, is there anything that the Bubba Army can do? I mean, can they go to your new, go to Mayor of Magaville on YouTube and follow or subscribe? And what would you? How can I help you? Because you've helped me, and we're on the same team, and you're a local guy, and I want to promote you, and you have some unbelievable content, and had some huge channels that have all now seemed to be taken away from you because your association with Donald Trump.
Well, my new album's coming out, MAGA King, this week. It's going to be out on Friday, and it's going to be just sold on my website. So the best thing to do is just everyone to follow me, Trump's Nephew 47 or 4G Auto Blow 47.
So Trump's Nephew 47 or
4G Auto Blow 47 on Twitter.
4G Auto Blow.
X.
Couldn't you use like Rumble or something like that?
So look, that's what I always tell people. So if Rumble's paying attention, I mean, we're on Rumble right now. I go to Rumble, I use Rumble, but so many people like degenerate stuff. So they'll say that they're supporting conservative brands and conservative movements, but they still got Facebook, they still use Instagram, they're still on YouTube.
You need to go to Rumble.
The reach on Rumble, wasn't big enough.
We do huge on Rumble.
Yeah, it wasn't big enough for me. And then you got the creators of Rumble. They go give out all these, money to different gamers and different people. They don't come to somebody like me and say, hey, you know what? We're going to do your exclusive content on here. Quit using YouTube. Rumble could have brought you that video of the RNC, brought to you by Rumble, exclusively on Rumble.
Right.
I'm doing a lot of things that Rumble will reach out. Obviously, I'm going to work with them. But every time I go
call Rumble? I think we got a rep. I think we have a rep.
Every time I go on Rumble and put my videos up there, they could be like, hey.
They can make it a part of the algorithm and be a suggested video.
Yeah, right now it's just doing nothing. 500 views, 100 views. I go on YouTube,
you wipe your ass
50,000
500 views.
What? Well, it's like I feel like the site could show me more support, and I would show them more support.
I'm surprised they don't.
Let me hear is this the guy?
Yeah, this is a shoot. Yeah,
this dude. This is a guy from Texas. Now, Zeth was like, "Ha! The guy went out this weekend and played Cowboys and Indians." That's what Seth said.
Well, I think he was looking for a reason to get on a roof and start shooting.
Yeah,
I think this gave him the chance.
But hold on, he's the only congressperson that brought some extra data. Everybody else just had the same regurgitated data that they were talking about. How did this happen? How did that happen? When are we going to hear this? When are we going to hear that? How many shell casings? Why won't you tell the truth? Why won't you be transparent? You must resign. A derelict of duty. Buck stops with you. When did you get to the RNC? Have you traveled to Butler, Pennsylvania? Is it true when you were at the RNC you left and went and did a speech at Aspen, Colorado, then came back? Blah, 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 blah. This dude goes out and says, this past weekend, I wanted to recreate or reenact this particular to see how hard of a shot this really was. And my dumbass, who's only fired my AR-15 one other time in my life.
That was shocking that a guy from Texas has only shot his gun one time.
That's true. The story.
True.
That's what got me.
Well, yeah.
But he went out and then had the targets behind him. And I think this guy really resonated the best because he had some extra data.
Demonstrative exhibits are super helpful.
Oh yeah, you know that.
Yeah.
Jay, you going up there and just see, for instance, remember that wreck that the motorcycle thing got into?
Oh yeah.
I don't know if it's as slam dunky as it was if you didn't have that video.
Nope.
I think it might even be worth half as much.
Yep.
The value of that case, having that video is, probably tenfold.
Even with the video, the driver said he had the right of way.
Right.
It's like, the video was, it speaks 1,000 words. So demonstrative exhibits are super important.
Fallon from Texas.
How did a 20-year-old loner with a week's notice pick the absolute best location to assassinate President Trump when the entire Secret Service missed it? Director Cheadle, in your leadership, your agency got outsmarted and outmaneuvered by a 20-year-old.
I mean,
how can we have any confidence that you could stop a trained professionals from a nefarious nation state?
What if we had some real OG ass, bad terrorists?
Like Iranians that actually had a plot against him for 2 weeks before this.
Yeah. Or,
about the drone?
Yep.
Yeah, he flew the drone too.
How?
Because.
How?
Those are absolutely questions that we need to have.
I know they're questions, but the fact of the matter is we can't have that confidence. Director, do you have the ability personally, and do you have the authority to beef up security of any of your protectees?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So were you also aware there was a credible threat President Trump was facing? He was facing a heightened security threat to a foreign adversary?
Yes.
Okay. So given that there was an increased threat to President Trump's life, was he provided a full security complement akin to what a sitting U.S. president would receive?
He was provided a full complement of security based on the threat assessment that we had.
That's not my question.
And the venue.
My question is, if he'd been the sitting president, would he have had the same security he had on July 13th, or would have been beefed up?
There is a difference between the sitting president
So your answer is he didn't.
and continuity of government and the responsibility
So he
that we
did
have.
not. Okay, there wasn't a CAT team, full CAT team.
Boy, this is the best kind of questioning ever because
This
you.
guy's good.
But here's the deal,
I
man.
didn't see him. He's good.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, this is the best kind of up your ass because you know why, Jay? You can actually be as like unprofessional and have and answer the question and interrupt and answer for them because you just
There's no
can't.
rules of evidence and there's no judge.
Right, exactly. So this is just an absolute pile-on, is it not?
On site, there wasn't counter surveillance teams on site.
These Congress people look for these sort of sort of issues and oversight committees so they can send the sound bites back to their local TV station. They'll be like, the person that represents us is really laying the woods to her. Look at him.
But this is the thing. You just said you had the ability to beef up the security. You knew about the threat, and you didn't. And that's as telling as it is chilling.
Yeah. So the reason why I picked this guy is because he did the best, I thought.
You guys think it was inside
We have
job?
satellite images.
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
I think it was I think it was an inside job. I do. I said that. In fact, that's been pinned to our Twitter minutes after this happened, Lummy. Did I not say that?
Yes, you did.
I said this is an inside job.
Well, within a few moments of it happening, they didn't even admit it was a shooter, and then they said it was a lone shooter. They already determined that before they got in his phone. He's a lone shooter. That kind of stuff makes
9
me
days
suspicious.
and you have not visited the site.
Hold on.
You should have been there that night. Did you talk to, that evening, did you talk to the team, the heroes that surrounded the president? Did you call them that night?
They were still operational working.
So that's an
for
answer is
protection
no. Did you call them the next day?
President.
See, he answers for her.
Yes, I spoke with
You called them the very next day, not the day of. Or was it 72 hours after?
I don't know the timeline, but I spoke with
Okay,
them
because you're under oath.
immediately following.
I think it was 72 hours after. You waited 3 days. What is immediately clear is that there
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to have enough time to play it now here, but one congressperson, it might have been, I think it was Ana Luna Polina, called for her for a perjury inquiry.
Yeah, I think it was on.
She's like, I want to formally go on record to say to do a perjury invest because I feel she's perjured herself. I mean, that's bringing it hard, is it not?
are a number of structures that need to be secured. Of these, Director, other than the first, immediate 4, what's the most dangerous site that should have been secured? Because Security 101, you got to mitigate the high ground.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the next most dangerous site? What was the closest structure to the president, other than the 4 immediate ones that you had your counter sniper teams on?
There are a number of structures around that event site.
You know who the shooter knew? The shooter has visited the site 2 more times than you have. And
Make this guy the VP.
That's
awesome. This guy for VP.
Man, hold on.
What's his name?
Oh, you're going to like him far better. Wait till hold on, 4G.
Awesome.
He went out and took his AR-15 this past weekend and did practice rounds and has the data. Watch this. You're gonna love this guy from Texas.
So you said, do you remember in an ABC interview you did that you didn't have people on the roof of the AGR building because you were worried about safety?
Pat Fallon.
Because of the slope?
What's his name, Lemmy?
Pat Fallon.
Here we go.
I recall that statement.
Okay.
Watch this. He breaks down the slope deal, shoves it right up her ass.
He does.
Does the Secret Service have written policy you can share with us about slope roofs?
No.
Okay.
No.
So why'd you act like there was one? Because isn't your practice to comment on enormous events of enormous national implications when you're ignorant of the facts? That's rhetorical. So here's this thing with the slopes. You go all up to like 1812. You can go to a 112, which is about as flat as you can get without it being completely flat. And you're saying that there was a danger, safety concern there. But the problem is,
He actually gives the stats. Listen.
Yeah.
Director, you put your counter snipers on a 312 roof, which is steeper than the 112. And by the way, the 112 is ADA compliant.
He says, you can build. He says you can build a wheelchair up here. Listen.
You can build a a ramp for a wheelchair on a 112 roof. So these are nothing but pathetic excuses, and they make no sense, and they're a bunch of cow dung. All the law enforcement I've spoken with over the last 9 days are amazed that the AGR rooftop was not secure. And you want to know why? Because it's dangerous.
1 minute left.
I have never had any long gun training in my life.
Here, 4G. Watch this. This is gonna be the most favorite thing that you see today.
You're gonna make a song about him.
You're gonna make a song. Man, we got this kick-ass congressman.
What's his name again, Lummy?
Pat Fallon.
Pat Fallon.
Pat Fallon.
Pat Fallon. Hold on, listen.
I own an AR-15, and last time I shot it one time my whole life. It was 6 years ago. That is until Saturday, where we recreated the events in Savoy, Texas, where you recreated what happened in Butler. I was lying prone on a sloped roof at 130 yards at 6:30 at night. And I knew that he had a scope. I didn't know what kind, red dot or magnified. So I shot 8 rounds from both. You know what the result was? 15 out of 16 kill shots. And the one I missed would have hit the president's ear. That's a 94%.
I mean, that's the only guy that's bringing real stats.
Hey, that's success rate.
Yeah,
He's bringing the headshot. Look at that, dude.
He brought the shot. Hold on.
And that shooter was a better shot than me. It is a miracle President Trump wasn't killed. Corey Comparator's life is over because that damn shooter made it on the roof. And it wasn't the roof that was dangerous. It was a nut job on top of the roof. You know what else is dangerous? I believe your horrifying ineptitude and your lack of skilled leadership is a disgrace. Your obfuscating today is shameful. And you should be fired immediately and go back to guarding Doritos. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Go back to guarding Doritos, which is a subsidiary of Pepsi, where she most came from.
I think that's a good idea at this point.
She should have said, you know what?
I'm over this.
She should have said, you're right. I'm going right over to Doritos. What's that 4G?
Pat Fallon.
Pat Fallon, that's right.
Pat Fallon.
From Texas.
Clem Kush next. 4G, man, we appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lumet,
co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council,
co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council,
Brett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repair hello.